I now call the September 14th, 2021 meeting of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education to order, and I will entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Motion from Ms. Byers-Bailey, second from Ms. Shipp. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Do we have any opposed? And that passes unanimously. I'm now going to call on board member Jennifer De La Hara to introduce tonight's pledge leader, who is joining us via remote because unfortunately the government center is shut down to the public due to COVID restrictions. So Ms. De La Hara, if you could make the introduction, and then if our Zoom wizards could get us set up with the pledge leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight's pledge leader is Drake Lynn. And Drake, if you could turn your camera on, there you go. Very good. Drake is a 7th grader at Carmel Middle. He is an active Boy Scout and is working to earn his 2nd class rank in Troop 11. Earlier this year, Drake was recognized by the Mecklenburg County Scout Council as the top camp card fundraiser after he sold 210 cards. Drake is interested in technology and is currently learning JavaScript. Drake is also part of a large family. His mother, Ming Chi, father, David Lin, a brother, Nathan, 2 sisters, Iara and Margaret, and one very special family member, Emmanuel Amari. Emmanuel is an exchange student from Ghana, and the Lins are his host family. Drake will lead us in the pledge and then talk about this month's character trait, which is hope. Drake, take it away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Go ahead, Drake. You can share your statement.
Hello, my name is Drake Lynn, and I'm a 7th grader at Carmel Middle School and a tenderfoot with Scout Troop 11. Last weekend, we remembered the lives that were lost on 9/11 long before I was born. While it was a sad day, it shows us that we as a country can work together even when times are tough and despite our differences. I hope that between now and future Remembrance Days, we can listen and better understand each other without letting our differences get in the way. I'm full of hope that now we are back in school, in person, even if we still have to wear masks. I hope we do what we all need to do in order to end this pandemic so we can see each other's full faces again. I'd like to say thank you to everyone who gives me hope, including my family, teachers, scout leaders, cafeteria workers, security officers, custodians, bus drivers, and school leaders. I'm full of hope and appreciation that I go to a great school, a great city, in a great state, in an amazing country. Thank you.
I needed that. I don't know about you guys. Thank you so much for sharing your essay with us and for leading the pledge. Great job. All right, guys, I'm now going to turn to board member Lenora Shipp, chair of the policy committee, for first reading of policies BSA and BEA.
Members of the board, the item before us tonight is the first reading of the proposed policy BSA, Student Advisor. If approved, this new policy will outline the selection process and the roles and responsibilities of the board's student advisor. The policy committee discussed the student advisory policy at the August 31st, 2021 committee meeting. The version before you tonight was approved by the committee on a 3-0 vote at that meeting. This new policy will have a public hearing at our September 28, 2021 board meeting and our October 12, 2021 board meeting. The board will consider approving this policy at our October 12, 2021 meeting. With that, Madam Chair, I conclude the first reading of BSA, Student Advisor.
Thank you.
Our next BEA, Board of Education meeting policy I first read. Members of the board, the item before us tonight is the first reading of the proposed changes to bylaw BEA, Board of Education meetings. If approved, these changes will modify remote meeting participation by board members and to restructure our meeting agenda as part of our ongoing student outcomes focused governance work. The Policy Committee discussed bylaw BEA at the August 31st, 2021 committee meeting. The version before you tonight was approved by the committee on a 3-0 vote at that meeting. This new policy will have a public hearing at our September 28, 2021 board meeting and our October 12, 2021 board meeting. The board will consider approving this policy at our October 12, 2021 meeting. With that, Madam Chair, I conclude the first reading of bylaw BEA Board of Education meeting.
All right, thank you. So colleagues, we have one public hearing tonight on proposed policy GBS about social media. And the rules for this hearing are as follows. Each speaker will be called to speak one at a time. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes to address the board. Each speaker may only talk about the topic that is the subject of the public hearing. Individual student matters or specific personnel matters may not be discussed, and personal attacks will not be allowed. Finally, profanity or other inappropriate language will not be allowed, and the board reserves the right to mute any speaker who violates these rules. And with that, I call our first speaker. Let me find my list here. The speaker for the hearings.
It was, have Glenn Stevens listed on the agenda.
Okay. Okay, got it here. Right, so, okay, Glenn Stevens, if you could come forth. Sorry, I just don't have that.
Good evening. My name is Glenn Stevens. On December 12, 2020, I reported to an area school district a comment by a building level employee threatening to vandalize the cars of supporters of in-person learning written on the Facebook page of an outspoken proponent of full remote learning and mandatory mitigation strategies for all CMS students. On February 3, 2021, I reported a CMS building level employee who insinuated on a private members-only pro-CMS and pro-public education Facebook group that I was exploiting my own son after I gave an interview to a local news outlet advocating the end of CMS mandatory full remote learning. A blog written by a CMS employee routinely lashes out at community members and leaders with whom he disagrees. The author allows favorable comments to pass through moderation. However, differing opinions are censored, preventing the exchange of ideas or perhaps even constructive criticism. The above occurrences are examples of the most egregious vitriol which has dominated the language coming from or involving CMS employees during discussions related to how best to serve our students during the COVID-19 scare. While it is unfortunate that our community has arrived at the place of requesting that the CMS Board of Education take policy action to require CMS staff to conduct themselves in a manner which is indicative of their profession, here we are. CMS staff have felt it appropriate, allowed, or even condoned to speak of community members and leaders on social media using language which is hateful, derogatory, or even violent from their own social media accounts and private members-only face groups. Unfortunately, the time has come for the CMS Board of Education to provide policy guidance to CMS regarding how and when interaction with the community is to occur on social media. I urge members to support policy GBS social media. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk. Thank you. Madam Clerk, did we receive any emails relating to this public hearing on policy GBS?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any emails.
All right, thank you. Then I now declare this public hearing closed, and we will move on to requests from the public. and the rules are similar, but I will read them. Each speaker will be called in to speak one at a time unless you are part of a group. Each speaker will have a maximum of 2 minutes to address the board, and groups will have 7 minutes. Each speaker may speak on any topic of their choice except for individual student matters or specific personnel matters. Personal attacks will not be allowed. Profanity or other inappropriate language will not be allowed. And the board reserves the right to mute any speaker who violates these rules. And with that, I would, if we could bring the first 3 speakers into the room, the Zoom room. The first speakers are Alexis Shapiro, Brooke Weiss, and Brian Weiss.
Madam Chair, I also ask that our speakers rename themselves if they have not done so already so that we can identify you by name.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so please do that if you could, so we make sure we bring the right people into the Zoom room with us. And Ms. Shapiro, if you want to go ahead, you're up.
Thank you. I will begin. Equity education based entirely in critical race theory, or CRT, holds that the U.S. has, is, and will always be racist. So we're all supposed to become what Ibram Henry Rogers, aka Ibram Kendi, has recently coined as anti-racists. And he's making a fortune peddling this, including our taxpayer dollars, which CMS paid out to him as a recent keynote speaker. But make no mistake, being a so-called anti-racist does not mean equal treatment for all people. Oh no. According to Kendi and his devotees, some of whom sit on this board, this means that all white people, children and adults, must accept that they're implicitly and or explicitly racist. And if white people say, but I'm not racist, aha, they have been caught. They're so racist that they don't even know it. Or if this ugly accusation upsets them, then that's proof of their quote unquote white fragility. According to Kendi, there is no not racist. There's only racist and anti-racist. And if you don't toe the party line, you're guilty of silence is violence or enjoying residual benefits of so-called white supremacy. So what does this all boil down to? You don't absolutely comply with Kendi himself and his followers, you're a racist. If you believe in meritocracy and equal opportunity, you're a racist. So what to do? Again, according to Kendi and the tenets of CRT, quote, the only remedy to racist discrimination is racist discrimination. The only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. What in God's name is this? This bunch of toxic crap has no place in schools or with children. It is revenge writ large, and it aims towards degradation and utter chaos. The fallacy of equity education that all children are either oppressors or victims is pure and outright child abuse.
Thank you very much. Next we have, and just know I'm going to be real tight on the time limit here. We've got 45 speakers. So we need to give everyone a chance. So next we have Brooke Weiss, followed by Brian Weiss, and then I just got one name here, Devo. And Ms. Weiss, go right ahead. Just need to unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry there. Before my time starts, I want to let you know that my husband is the next speaker, and he's going to use this same link. Our house flooded, and we don't have a computer, so we're working off of a laptop. My name is Brooke Weiss, and I'm the chapter chair of Moms for Liberty Mecklenburg. And I want to talk about a few things right now. First of all, yesterday I received a phone call that unvaccinated teachers are going to be subjected to weekly testing. I submitted a FOIA, public records request, asking for the contract and who authorized this decision, and my FOIA has been denied. That's completely unacceptable. This was approved. This was a decision that was made without board voting on it. And Ernest Winson, he doesn't reign over us. He should have to go through the board to make decisions like this. So I think the board should demand an explanation. Next thing is, over a month ago, I sent an email to Representative Strain and to all of the at-large members as chapter chair of Moms for Liberty. I want to find common ground and work with the entire board. We need your votes, and there's quite a lot of common ground. The only two people that I heard for were, of course, Mr. Strain, and Ms. Sanders gave me very graciously an hour of her time. I never heard from board member Delahara or from, having a mind blank right now, the other at-large member, and that's completely unacceptable. I should have equal time. I wanted to talk about a resolution that one of our board members drafted that is an anti-discrimination resolution, and it should be common ground for all of.
Thank you. That's your 3 minutes. If you want to bring your husband up. I mean, 2 minutes. Sorry, that was your 2 minutes. And Mr. Weiss, if you could unmute yourself, you're up. You need to unmute. There you go. Oh, you just remuted yourself. There you go.
Okay.
You're good.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna be real brief and short. And it just, I know some people when we were having the meetings would kind of yell and mess with everybody when they brought up a Martin Luther King quote, which I didn't understand because he was a great man. And Martin Luther King, basically, all he wanted to push for is people to be judged not by their race, their sex, their religion, just their content and how they are. And that's what we should be doing here. Everybody in this country should be looking at people's content and the way the parents have their children growing up. And so I have a real problem with some of the things that are going on. It doesn't matter what you call CRT or you call whatever it is, but when you take a certain group and just because they're a certain group, you go ahead and make negative information about them and teach our kids this, that's a problem. So what I want us all to do is come together and try to judge people by their content and not judge somebody. I don't judge anybody because they're a board member negatively. I don't judge somebody because they're whatever, the president of the United States to a doctor, lawyer, Indian chief. Everybody should judge for themselves. Nobody knows who I am. I don't know y'all and what y'all been through. So let's go ahead and try to teach our kids to be good to each other and not judge each other because of their sex, their race, their color. And that's what I'm trying to push forward. And I'm hoping that you as board members also believe this. And let's do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next up, we have the single name Devo, followed by Bill Fountain and then Laura Fortner. And Devo is up. We can all do the Devo dance while we wait. So we don't have Devo. Oh. Do we have Devo? Well,
Madam Chair, I do not see Devo.
I do see someone with a phone number. Do we know who that is?
Nor do I see Laura Fortner.
All right. Do we have Bill Fountain?
I believe so.
And just a reminder to those in the waiting room, if you could, if you know how to change your name in Zoom, please do so that we can identify you and bring you in when your name is called. All right, Mr. Fountain, you are up. Mr. Fountain, I think you may need to unmute yourself.
All right. Can you hear me now?
We do hear you. You're up.
Thank you. Thank you. The test results announced on the 1st of September were dismal, with learning loss being the defining characteristics. Of course, this severe disruption to public education was blamed on the pandemic and not on deficiencies in student learning or teachers' ability to teach. Remember, this failure was self-inflicted, for private, religious, and home schools met face-to-face and fared well. Yes, our governor, county commissioners, CMS, and this board bear the responsibility for this learning loss through your nanny state mentality, plus your focus on indoctrination versus reading, writing, and math. It's your train wreck. Own up to it. You must catch up what our students lost during this virtual training. You nanny state folks say you care for students and parents, but in practice, it denies them their free choice. Its real goal is control. How do I know that? Easy. You don't follow the science, and when you say you do, it's pseudoscience with cherry-picked statistics. We are a free people and will continue to demand that students make the choice whether their child wears a mask or is vaccinated. Likewise, we have the right to see what their child is being taught. Don't we know what's contained in the things we buy? Yes. We see the ingredients, even warning labels. So show us then, be transparent, show us what the students are being taught. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we have Laura Fortner yet? If not, let's bring up the next three, which would be Nicole Riga, Jennifer Thompson, and Carol Gray Adler. So if Laura Fortner is not there yet, then Nicole Riga is up. And please go right ahead, Ms. Riga.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we hear you.
Okay. According to the CDC, during the month of August, 41 children were hospitalized for COVID-related symptoms. Only 7 were in ICU, none of which were put on ventilators. This is for the entire country, not just Mecklenburg County, 41 out of 74 million children. COVID is not a threat to our children. Do you know what is a threat to every single child in this county right now? Your extreme COVID mandates for mass vaccines and illegal quarantines. I said this the first time I ever addressed this board, and I'm going to say it again. All but one of you are complicit in committing and perpetrating child abuse. Child abuse is defined as actions resulting in harm, potential of harm, or threat of harm to a child. The policies that you are implementing will have lasting negative effects on our children and are considered both emotionally abusive and neglectful, both of which are considered child abuse. We have spent months educating you on the dangers of wearing masks, and you continue to require them instead of ceding the decision to parents who are the rightful decision makers for their own kids. What are the long-term effects of these masks and illegal quarantines? And where is your proof that you're not committing child abuse? Can you guarantee that masking our kids is not hurting them? I've asked you before and have heard nothing but silence. If you are unable to prove that masks are not hurting them emotionally and physically, then you have no right to require them. Stop projecting your own fears onto our children. They're not yours. The teachers' unions and the boards have continued to set policies and make decisions that override parental rights. They have taken liberties with our children's education and health, and they have no right. These are our babies. We need to fight for them. Parents, you have rights, you have a voice, and now is your time to use them.
All right, thank you very much. So now we have Jennifer Thompson, followed by Carol Gray Adler.
Good evening. For the past few months, I've come before this board and shared concrete evidence of discrimination, divisive teaching, and anti-American teachings in our classrooms. What I haven't done is shared why I care so much about this topic. Due to a background in both child development and adverse childhood experiences, I'm deeply concerned for our future generations. In colleges and universities around the nation, young adults are struggling with cognitive distortions such as generalization, black and white thinking, and letting their feelings guide their interpretation of reality. But most importantly, young adults are walking around behaving like victims of an evil society and reacting to even the most minor offense with hysteria and violence. If you don't believe me, just Google Evergreen State College riots or 2017 Berkeley protests. This is a rapidly growing problem in our nation, and introducing ideas that our nation is deeply flawed and founded on evil, as well as concepts like identity politics, which involves labeling people or people groups, into the K through 12 classrooms is only going to make it worse. Many claim that this is not occurring in our school district, but that is false. Additionally, having the adults in our school district participate in ongoing anti-racism professional development will trickle down into the classroom as well. We already have CMS teachers proudly proclaiming that they are embracing what they have learned and passing it along to their students. As adults, it's our responsibility to help shape our children into well-rounded individuals. This is not what is occurring. Instead, we are hiding behind claims of tolerance or inclusion in order to help students feel good about themselves, but hate others. We have kicked Jesus out of our classrooms and instead ushered in Satan, all in the name of progression. I don't have a specific goal for this month's speech, only to say how concerned I and many other parents are, and to say that our children and our nation deserve better.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Carol Gray Adler, followed by Malini Kumar, and then Rita Smith.
Good evening. I'm a resident of Charlotte, District 5, a longtime CMS volunteer, and a member of Race CLT, an anti-racist advocacy group. I'm speaking tonight in support of the board's equity initiatives. Recently, I have heard speakers support factual teaching, only to denounce teaching our racial history and inequity it has systemically caused. We must teach our entire history, including uncomfortable truths that still impact us today. There are many examples of systemic racism and white backlash against equity, racial equity, that have not been included in history lessons. For instance, in North Carolina in 1898, threatened by the success of the Fusion Party and the election of black officials, white citizens staged the Wilmington coup. They burned the city, killed 60 people, and forced black officials to resign at gunpoint. No one was ever prosecuted. 2 years later, North Carolina voters approved the suffrage amendment, which added voting literacy tests, poll taxes, and a grandfather clause, effectively allowing illiterate white men to vote while preventing black men from voting. In the 1930s and 40s, several beneficial national laws were enacted that were racially exclusive. The Federal Housing Authority financed the growth of the suburb, but prohibited loans to black people. The Social Security Act, when it was initially passed, excluded occupations where most black people worked. And the GI Bill prohibited black veterans from receiving loans. My family benefited from all of these laws, contributing to the wealth gap we see today. Equity in education is no exception. It was 1954 when racial segregation in schools was ruled unconstitutional. Yet even today, few schools in CMS have racially balanced student populations, and higher minority schools have fewer and lower quality resources. To paraphrase Sherilyn Ifill, we as Americans accept not only citizenship privileges, but its responsibilities to correct wrongs that we did not commit. It was government that helped segregate American neighborhoods. It is our...
Thank you, Dr. Gray Adler. Okay, Ms. Gray Adler. Next we have Malini Kumar, followed by Rita Smith, and then Lisa O'Brien. And Ms. Kumar, you're up.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? This is Malini.
Yes, we hear you. Malini.
That's okay. Yeah. Okay. I want to talk about the mask mandate, and I think it should be optional for children. It's been nearly 2 years that we've had this pandemic. It's no longer the novel coronavirus. It's been around for 2 years. And I think that now, with treatments available, vaccines for those who wish to have it, you should let parents make the choice on whether their kids should be masked up or not. And I think you guys doing this one size fits all and basically overriding parental choice is wrong and frankly offensive. So I think you should make it optional. I also think that it's really backwards that parents come here trying to justify and explain to you why masks don't work. I think now the onus is on you guys to prove to us why you think masks work. And here's how I think you should do it. School has been open for about 3 weeks. You've got data since all the classes, all the schools in CMS, of which there's like 180. So you've got probably about close to 200,000 kids at a minimum as your population. Everyone's apparently masked up every day. So you can see with these masks, is COVID still spreading across the schools? You can compare that to schools in other states where masks are optional. I believe there's certain schools in Georgia, as an example, you can research others, where masks are optional. You can compare the numbers and see if by wearing the masks, it's significantly different in terms of the spread of COVID. I don't believe it is, but you can see it for yourself and you should come and prove that to us. Hire a statistician if you need to. I'm sure you got funds for that. Or maybe someone here can volunteer to.
Thank you, Ms. Kumar. Next, we have Rita Smith, followed by Lisa O'Brien, and then Arthur Griffin. Ms. Smith?
I do not see a Rita Smith. We do have Lisa in the audience, but I cannot determine if that is Lisa O'Brien.
Okay, and we don't have Laura Fortner yet either?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Ms. O'Brien, if you would like to go right ahead.
Okay. Last year, you chose to ignore science in favor of keeping our schools closed, and the results of that experiment are more than alarming. The percentage of non-proficient students in Math 1 nearly doubled. Failure rates in English and science tripled. There were substantial drops in every subject, every grade level, and every racial group, but particularly within the Black and Brown communities. These failures are not due to COVID, but rather your response to COVID. One definition of insanity is repeatedly doing the same thing, expecting different results. 18 months into this, and you're still allowing fear and hysteria to drive your decisions rather than critical thinking. And by doing so, you are not protecting children or the community from COVID. You are causing irreparable long-term harm to them. Never in our history have we forced healthy, asymptomatic teachers or children to wear a mask for 7 hours or to get tested for the flu, which is far more deadly to children than COVID. And we certainly never forced healthy students into house arrest while denying their education. What meaningful data are you providing to warrant any of these abusive policies? The answer is none, because none exists. The data and risk-benefit analysis from other states and districts doesn't support masking, testing, contact tracing, or quarantining healthy, asymptomatic people. So how many more children will have to suffer to put an end to the charade? If failure rates aren't enough, will it take more children dying from school violence like we've seen over the last 3 weeks? More adolescent suicides? Instead of spending money on a nonsensical COVID testing program, how about directing those resources toward restoring normalcy, educating our children?
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien. Okay, next we have Arthur Griffin, followed by Stacy Staggs, and then Galen Morgan. And Arthur Griffin, otherwise known as Papa's iPad. Or potentially Leah Howard. There he is, Mr. Griffin, Papa. If you can unmute yourself, the floor is yours. And you're still, there you go.
Okay, can you hear? Okay, all right. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the school board, Superintendent Winston. On July 13, you guys voted to suspend the academic eligibility requirements of policy JJJ, principally to address the imminent start of football practice the following week. You made this decision to lower the academic standards without any student achievement data. You made a student achievement decision without student achievement data. 2 quick points. Obviously, you believe that your athletic education pipeline has holes in it. Unfortunately, without the data, you don't know where the holes are, where student athletes are falling through those cracks, and therefore you don't know where and how to plug up the holes that athletes are falling through. Anecdotally, you heard that there were several high schools that may not be able to fill a team. 3 of the teams mentioned, or schools mentioned, were all Title I schools. Perhaps you could have used federal Title I dollars to hire a tutor for the football team. However, without the data, you don't know if the problem's at 1 high school or 17 high schools with holes in the athletic education pipeline. Your vote violates the principles of good governance and especially student outcomes focused governance. are still a minimum 2.3 GPA in specific high school core courses. Anyone check to see if the suspension of policy JJJ would jeopardize NCAA eligibility? I called NCAA to verify, and their standards still are 2.3 minimum GPA. Right now, you don't know how many student athletes could be hurting. I hope that you don't make the same error this spring when this policy comes up for review again. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Next, we have Stacy Staggs, then Galen Morgan, and then Glenn Stevens.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Staggs. I'm coming to you as a CMS EC parent and one who's incredibly grateful to be part of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District. I join my fellow non-credentialed scientists in reviewing the data that has been put forth by CMS through their COVID dashboard. I do wish there's more information available, and I commend the district for the work they've done so far. Last year, we were privy to weekly walkthroughs of the COVID dashboard, and since that is not continuing for this year, I've gone ahead to pick up that task because I think the information is valuable. I also want to thank the CMS board for their 8-to-1 vote in favor of mask required, as well as launching this surveillance testing program. While it is true that COVID is spreading within all of our buildings, all of our districts, all of our counties, it is not true that we're powerless to stop it. There are things that we can do despite what our neighbors to the south have shared. Mask optional is not safe. Failure to contact trace and failure to quarantine exposed individuals is not safe. My daughter has already been pulled from a life-changing procedure this fall because pediatric hospitals, not just adult hospitals, but kids are being hospitalized locally, statewide, and across the country. I'd like to ask Nicole Riga to share or update her sources. I'd also like to share that while all of this is going on, parents and families sit in the midst.
Thank you. Sorry, we've run out of time there, Ms. Staggs. Next, we have Galen Morgan, then Glenn Stevens, then Megan Carmelani.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Jelon Morgan, and I'm a parent of a middle schooler who goes to Sale. And I just wanted to know if the board was going to reinstate the symptom screener. Last week, my son had to quarantine for 3 days because he was exposed to a child on the 1st, and his PCR test didn't come back in time for him to go back to school for the rest of the week. So I wanted to know if you were going to start holding parents accountable for their children that might have symptoms or might have been around a family member or a friend that has been tested positive for COVID, and if you're going to bring the symptom screener back. Also, I wanted to know if you had anything in place or going to do anything for the students that do have to quarantine that have been exposed to children that tested positive, or are they going to just be sitting at home and emailing their teachers because they're really missing a lot of the school planning? And I know my son last year did not do well with virtual. So I just wanted to know if the board was going to address this or do anything about the symptom screener, and then if there was a plan for children at home quarantining. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Now we have Glenn Stevens, then Megan Carmelani, and then Jacob Barnett. Mr. Stevens, go right ahead.
Good evening. My name is Glenn Stevens. Perhaps no 3 titles are more important to me than those of husband of 18 years to my wife, Emily, bereaved father of our special needs son, Gabriel, and adoptive parent via foster care to our Black 8-year-old son with special needs, John. AJ Craybill has rightly stated, quote, school systems exist for one reason and one reason only, to improve student outcomes. If this is truly the case, the data released this month demonstrates that CMS not only failed my son this past year, but it has been failing students for years. In 2021, only 27.9% of Black third graders were grade level proficient in reading. Only 17.9% were career and college ready. In 2021, only 13.8% of students with disabilities were grade level proficient, and only 8.2% of students with disabilities were career and college ready. We can go back further than this. In 2015, only 46.1% of Black students were grade level proficient in third grade reading, and only 32.5% were career and college ready. Only 19.9% of students with disabilities were grade level proficient in third grade reading, and only 14.5% were career and college ready. This data paints CMS as a school system unable, unwilling, or both to put the growth needs of our students before the agendas of individual Board of Education members, career aspirations of senior district level staff, or the social, political agenda of professional associations. Your community stands ready and willing to assist in any way possible. Our students need better. Our students deserve better. Our students have the right to better from those who claim at least to have their best educational interests at heart. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we have Megan Carmelani, then Jacob Barnett, and then Keith Pfeiffer.
I am Megan Carmelani. I've been watching the debacle in Union County in horror and dismay. The UCPS BOE has made every anti-science, anti-safety decision they can, and many of their residents cheer them on. The rest of us in the region continue to work toward a state-level solution, but in the meantime, CMS has a decision to make. Knowing that Union County has dissolved quarantine, returned 6,000 students to their classrooms just in time for their Day 20 headcount snapshot for funding, and halted contact tracing efforts effective immediately, they pose increased risk and danger to themselves and their surrounding communities. Mecklenburg and Union counties have a number of cross-county engagements with sports and extracurricular activities. I call on CMS to temporarily stop engaging in these activities. Studies confirm that sports like football, soccer, basketball, extracurriculars like band, choir, theater are efficient COVID spreaders. Nobody wants this. We know how important these activities are for students' physical development, future prospects, and mental health. All of that becomes a moot point if they contract COVID and are among the 10 to 30% of survivors who develop debilitating long COVID symptoms or experience life-limiting organ damage from an infection. The UCPS BOE finds their sense. CMS cannot safely engage with their students. That's the bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jacob Barnett, and then Keith Pfeiffer, then Vernon Berry. Mr. Barnett? Unmute. Looks like you're muted still. There you go.
There we go. My name is Jacob Barnett.
Uh-oh.
I wish I could be in the people's house today speaking, but you all fear the public, so you locked us out. What the hell?
Watch your language. You are unmuted right now.
Sorry about that. It's freezing. It's very clear that the public school experiment has failed. CMS is more concerned with indoctrinating children than educating. According to WBT.
Jacob, you're muted. You're muted.
You're not muted. You're not muted. I mean, you. It's just a bad signal. Yeah, I think you've got a poor signal, but what you might try to do is unmute yourself, but keep your screen off. That will give you a stronger signal and we'll be able to hear your voice more steadily. Want to go ahead and try to unmute yourself again? All right. Well, while we wait for Mr. Barnett to get his technical difficulties worked out, let's move on to Keith Pfeiffer. If you could unmute yourself, Mr. Pfeiffer.
All right, testing.
You're working loud and clear.
Thank you. You know, it makes me somber when I think about how many people still aren't awake to the truth of what's really happening. Try to view this through your own lens for 2 minutes. Whether it's due to cognitive dissonance, indoctrination by ideological subversion, ignorance, or just plain indifference, I simply want people to see and understand how so much corruption and discord in our great country is directly connected to and perpetuated by big government control and suppression of freedom. They want to control every aspect of our lives, and they don't even try to hide it anymore. Once you realize it, it becomes so plain and obvious that I promise you can never unsee it. It becomes your new paradigm. I rack my brain about how I want to approach these speeches in order to prompt actionable change for the better. In part, I want to get through to the audience listening, but I especially through to you as the board members. I pray that you truthfully see and understand fully these barbed spokes in the big wheel that is the evil machine of totalitarian government control. Or maybe you already see it. Maybe you're comfortable with the false sense of security or the lure of financial subsidies and payments. Or maybe it's the age-old prisoner's dilemma, and you're terrified to be the first to stand up and make a difference by challenging entrenched perspectives. But just maybe, and I believe very likely, many others are thinking similarly, but are also intimidated to make the first move to do what they know in their hearts is morally right. Well, understand this. Freedom-loving parents are everywhere, fighting with each breath to protect our children's futures, our values, and God-given rights. If you, as the board, stands up for us, I promise that we will stand up with you. But if you refuse and instead choose to be directly responsible for the decay of all that we hold dear, then I highly suggest you step aside and start atoning now. So I asked everyone an honest question. Should your children be raised by you, parents who know what's best for them, no matter what you decide the best is in their lives? Or should someone, incompetent strangers with deep pockets and zero accountability, should make blind decisions for the masses and demand, nod, and look the other way? My calls to action. Please be heroic and put an end to this mask mandate.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Barnett, you want to give it another try? So we can see you. You just need to unmute. And if you have an unstable signal, try keeping your screen off, but your microphone on. Or go for both if you have a good signal. Go right ahead.
Is it my turn to speak? Sorry.
It is your turn to speak. It is.
My name is Jacob Barnett. I wish I could be in the People's House today speaking, but you all fear the public, so you blocked us out. It's very clear that the public school experiment has failed. CMS is more concerned with indoctrinating children than educating. According to WBTV, who is not on our side, over 1,000 teachers leave CMS every year. CMS can't keep teachers, and children are suffering. Our society needs teachers. They're one of the most important professions needed for our community to thrive. Most teachers get into this profession because they have a special calling. It takes a righteous person to teach children the right way. There's no doubt a well-rounded, loving, and passionate teacher is priceless. Teachers and parents, it's important for us to come collectively and accept that we've been lied to. We've been put into a box and programmed to believe that the educational system must be the government's way and the government's way only. No questions asked. Here's some other truths. Each child is a divine creation with a special purpose. The government doesn't view children in this way. Instead, children are numbers and dollar signs. In my opinion, the only way to fix CMS is to accept that CMS has failed and develop a new system created by the people. We, the people, have the power to do that, and the future of education is in our hands. I encourage all teachers who have been divinely called into this profession to challenge the system and think outside the box that they have been placed in and leave CMS. Our community needs a new and improved education system. Be creative. Nothing is impossible. Teachers don't need CMS. CMS needs teachers. We have the power, and the future of our children is in our hands. We can't let them down.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Vernon Berry. And it looks like I've got Carol Gray Adler here twice, so I'm assuming she has already spoken. So Vernon Berry, and then Luke Ranke, and then Todd Fuller. And is Vernon Berry and Burnell Berry the same? Is that the same person?
Actually, it's Burnell Berry.
Oh, okay. It looks like my list is spelled wrong. I apologize for that. Mr. Berry, if you...
No, it's okay.
Okay, we'll go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to all of my Charlotte-Mecklenburg school family. I say family because we all share the same interests, and that is the education and keeping our children safe. My name is Burnell Berry, and I am a proud father of 3 CMS girls, 2 that have graduated and 1 senior. I am also the founder of an organization called One Love, established in 2014 right here in Charlotte, North Carolina. We are all about building up lives spiritually and mentally, developing moral character, respect, honor amongst our youth and those in need. My topic tonight is gun safety awareness. As many of you know, our city, state, and country is dealing with a severe case of teen violence. I'm here tonight to ask all of my CMS family to come out on September 26th between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. at 2425 Batersford Road, and that is across from the public library on the corner, for a free gun lot provided by Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department. It is so important that we keep our firearms safe and out of the hands of misuse. Please don't leave your firearms in the nightstand or in a shoebox in the closet with easy access. Our children are very smart and they know exactly where dad and mom keep their firearms. So imagine if your child was afraid for their life because they have been picked on, bullied, or felt fear to return to school the next day. But they know exactly where you keep your gun at home with no lock on it. In your mind, what do you think they would do? I have an idea. They would go home, sneak that gun out of wherever.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. All right. Next, we have Luke Ranke, then Todd Fuller, and then Nick Holt. Mr. Ranke, you are up.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity for public input. I'm a parent of 2 elementary schoolers in a CMS school and a member of Race CLT, an anti-racist advocacy group. I've appreciated the opportunity to listen over the past couple months of board meetings as different folks have shared their concerns, and I want to address 2 of those concerns tonight. First, I've heard parents worry that discussing racism in schools might make students feel uncomfortable. And second, I've heard worries that the topic's divisive. First, it's clear our racial history and our present are not comfortable. But we and students must learn to talk about racism openly so we can get through that discomfort and understand the negative impact and move towards solutions. And I hope my boys have teachers who are prepared to responsibly support their students to learn about these difficult topics, just like I hope they have teachers who can help when they have difficulty in math or reading. I don't think it's right that we shy away from talking about race or racism just because it's difficult. And I appreciate the district's efforts to provide the development opportunities for our teachers so that they can be ready to teach factually. Second, I think learning about our history of race and racism and looking for ways that current policies perpetuate that history will not divide us. In my experience, learning about racism and then working against it helps to bring white folks and people of color together. The divide actually widens when we avoid talking about race and racism and pretend like everything's okay. I think some of us white folks especially might not be aware of the divide in these cases, but that doesn't mean it's not there. I hope my white sons are given the opportunity to learn with their peers of color the ways racism and other forms of oppression function in our society to create an unlevel playing field so that they're all prepared to work together to bring about equity. I'm not asking you to teach the academic framework of CRT, but I do hope that topics like systemic racism, sexism, and other forms of oppression are acknowledged and discussed in developmentally appropriate ways in classrooms. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Todd Fuller, and then I understand Nick Holt has canceled, so after Todd Fuller will be Stephanie Sneed. Mr. Fuller, go right ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, board. Thank you that I can speak to you about COVID-19 pediatric risk. Charlotte resident Todd Fuller, data scientist with one of the world's largest banks, 4 licenses in analytics, dad to 3 CMS kids, all 5 Fuller's COVID survivors. 21, 534,254, 0. What are these numbers? The first, the total number of daily kids hospital admitted, according to area hospitals, not only in Mecklenburg, but also 10 other surrounding counties, as reported the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, the week ending September 10th. The really big number, 534,000, 254, that's what the state's demographer through the Office of Management and Budget says are the estimated number of kids living in the same 11 county area. And the last number, 0, the number of pediatric deaths over many weeks, not just the last week. In the most recent week, 21 kids out of over 535,000, about half of those right here in Mecklenburg. At this same rate, assuming the hospital data reported is accurate, it's their data, it would take over 254 weeks for just 1 out of 100 kids to be admitted to the hospital. 5 years. 5 years, assuming if kids already infected in the past can be infected again as any kid who has not. The families of these 21 deserve our thoughts and prayers, as do the families of the kids lost in recent shootings and families of those CMS kids lost this spring to driving. But this question remains: what problem are we trying to solve by masking kids or by quarantining those not sick? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we have Stephanie Sneed, then Caitlin Reed, and then Mark Jensen. Ms. Sneed, go right ahead.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Sneed, and this is my second address to you on behalf of the Black Political Caucus. I'm here to continue to shine a light on the long-standing unacceptable performance outcomes of CMS students, particularly those that look like me. As I have previously stated, one of the biggest emergencies in Charlotte are the disturbing district-wide performance gaps. Now more than ever, we are fully aware of the trajectory of the students that have long-term unfavorable performance while a part of the school system. We intend to continue to highlight these education gaps. Prior to COVID, a snapshot into the 2018-19 school year provides that only 39.4% of Black students were college and career readiness that were in English 2. Only 11.5% of Black students in Math 1 exhibited college and career readiness. Only 19% of Black students in Math 3 exhibited college and career readiness, while only 15 to 19% of students met UNC minimum composite score of 17 for the ACT. Of course, as we know, there have been no improvements in these gaps post-COVID. These outcomes are not only attached to economically disadvantaged families, and the narrative of poor outcomes being only associated with poor income must be changed. It is understood that the board is undergoing important governance training, and CMS has released its strategic playbook. The BPC looks forward to further discussion on how this work translates to outcome at our September 21st forum with you. The BPC can no longer remain silent on these issues, and we look forward to talking to you soon.
Thank you very much. Okay, Caitlin Reed, then Mark Jensen, and then Brooke Summerhour. Ms. Reed?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
All right, awesome. Good evening. I'm speaking tonight because I'm appalled and angered at this board and the superintendent. Last night's email sent to CMS staff infuriated me. For those who are unaware, the email and attached letter stated that beginning the week of September the 20th, CMS staff will be required to show proof of full vaccination status, and if it is not provided, staff will be required to subject themselves to weekly COVID tests. This was not brought to a vote or even discussed in a public forum. CMS made the decision to do this behind closed doors in a sneaky and underhanded manner. What you've decided is illegal. CMS is violating the Nuremberg Code as well as everyone's Ninth Amendment rights. For those of you on the board who do not know what is covered in the Ninth Amendment, an individual's medical rights are protected and you are choosing to violate them. I urge everyone to stand up and fight back. CMS has no right to force any individual to do anything that goes against the best interest of their own medical health. Tell them no. Stand up for your rights. Tonight, I'm saying no. I am standing up for my rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Mark Jensen, Brooke Summerhour, and then Yvonne Biddle. And Mr. Jensen, you're up.
Good evening, Superintendent Winston and CMS Board. My name is Mark Jensen. I'm a resident of Charlotte's University area, and I'm also an ally of Cherry Community. You may wonder why a county resident living so far north of Cherry would be allied with this neighborhood. While I believe preserving the rich history of Mecklenburg County should be a shared responsibility of everyone in this county, and the history of Cherry Community and Morgan School is as rich as it gets. I've been involved in Cherry's struggle to reclaim Morgan School ever since I first learned of the historic significance of Morgan, what the school means to Cherry and Cherry's decades-long fight to purchase Morgan School. The professional inspection of Morgan School was conducted over a 2-day period this past week. One of the professionals was an urban designer by the name of Charles Kane. Mr. Kane evaluated the urban intrusion into Cherry over the past several years, and he concluded that Morgan School is the emotional heart of the Cherry community, and if Morgan School is not returned to Cherry as a functioning part of the community, the Cherry neighborhood cannot be sustained. In my opinion, this will become a slow-motion version of the same destruction that decimated the Brooklyn neighborhood in the 60s, an action the city and the county have very recently vowed to never let happen again. If properties in historic African-American neighborhoods end up in the hands of outside concerns or are sold to another suitor, erasure of these black neighborhoods will happen again, and they will continue to happen. If Morgan School is moved to a for sale list and CMS ends up the seller, then you will have two options. You can sell to Cherry and see an historic neighborhood continue to serve its residents, or you can sell to an outside concern and see Cherry begin to disappear.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jensen.
We've lost far too many of these historic communities already.
Thank you. Next, we have Brooke Summerhour, then Yvonne Biddle, and then Virginia Bynum.
Thank you for saying my name correctly.
Did I? Oh, good. I'm glad I did.
It's a hard name. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I grew up here in Charlotte. I graduated from Vance High School, now known as Julius Chambers, and I am a UNC Charlotte alumni. I am here to stand with the Cherry community. There is history in this community. They have a right to hold on to their history. History is important to the Black culture of this city. Stories are told by generations of the Cherry residents. These stories should be tangible, and this is the Morgan School. I encourage you not to erase this history and allow future generations to know where they come from. To get where you want to go, you need to know where you start. The Cherry community started with Morgan, and they have the right to continue their history. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we have Yvonne Biddle, then Virginia Bynum, and then Doris Dennis. Do we have Yvonne Biddle with us?
Just one moment, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair, we have several of our upcoming speakers are using the same machine, so I think we have the person invited now.
Okay. So I see Stephanie Gardner, and perhaps what you're saying is several of the speakers are on Stephanie Gardner's Zoom.
Excuse me, they're on Sylvia Biddle-Patton's computer. Can you invite Sylvia Biddle-Patton?
All right. I see Dr. Biddle-Patton's Zoom screen. And if so, if Yvonne Biddle is with you, if you could go ahead and give her the mic.
Okay, thank you. My name is Yvonne Biddle. I have been a resident of Cherry for 62 years. I am the last surviving founding member of the Cherry Community Organization, and Cherry will always be home for me and my family. I know that the Morgan School was built in this community, and even before we started CCO, we have been trying to reclaim Morgan School for Cherry. Promises have been made time after time, and our promises have been denied. We have been patient long enough. We have worked for years and burned the midnight oil for our community. It has been our time all of these years, but we were patient. We will wait no more. I am 80 years old and will continue to fight for Morgan School. The organization who wants to come into Morgan School can go anywhere else in the city, and we will fight for Cherry, and we will not let them take Morgan School away from us. Thank you for standing with us in this fight. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I understand our next speaker is Virginia Bynum. Is she using the same computer?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
Miss Virginia?
Hello, my name is Virginia Bynum. I live in Cherry. I've been here for about 76 years, so I know exactly how I am.
There you go. You want me to keep Morgan?
They want to ask questions.
Keep Morgan School. Tell me keep Morgan School. Tell me keep Morgan School. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. She's going to send me somebody else.
Thank you. And I wanted to say that we had a hard time hearing Ms. Bynum, so if she would like to follow up with an email, or if someone could send an email on her behalf, we can also read what she had to say after the fact.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and now Doris Dennis.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Doris Dennis. I've been in Cherry all of my life, 77 years, and I stand with Morgan from the first to the sixth grade as a child. Morgan, we need Morgan School. We need y'all to stand with us. We need y'all to help us keep Morgan School, because Cherry is on fire for Morgan School. So please, think about the generation to come, and the people the ones that's gone on and the ones still here fighting for Cherry. We will fight on, and we would like for you to help us keep Morgan School. And God bless you and thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Barbara Rainey and then Myron Patton.
Good evening, CMS Board. I'm Barbara Rainey, a 71-year Cherry resident, Vice President of the Cherry Community Organization, and a graduate of Morgan Elementary School. In Ecclesiastes chapter 3, starting at verse 1, it says, "To everything there is a season, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to pluck what is planted." And it continues to verse 8. For those who may not embrace religion, I'll give examples of everyday situations. A time to save and a time to spend, a time to work and a time to play, a time to sleep and a time to awake, a time to give and a time to receive. School board members, it's time for you to make a very important decision. It's time for Morgan School to be put into the hands of those who attended, love, and continues to fight for Morgan School. It's time for Cherry to reclaim what rightfully belongs to our community, Morgan Elementary School. It's our time, it's our season. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Myron Patton, followed by, and I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Mylon Patton.
Good evening, Superintendent and members of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education. My name is Myron Patton. I am a native Charlottean, a third-generation Cherry resident, a member of the Cherry Community Organization, and a proud, did I say proud? A proud member of the Morgan School alum. We're asking you to put Morgan School back into the hands where it belongs, Cherry. Tonight, I will provide you with a few examples of others who are standing with us, including the Charlotte Community Benefits Coalition, the Morgan School Alumni Association, the Cherry Neighborhood Association, Touching Lives Totally Incorporated, Dr. Phyllis Gray Ray of Florida A&M University, who recognizes the importance of the preservation of African American history. Pleasant Hill Baptist Church, which is right there in the Cherry neighborhood. The Housing Justice Coalition, and also the Greer Heights Economic Foundation. Again, in the interest of time, these are just a few of those who are standing with us. We're asking you to stand with us also. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And then the second Mr. Patton.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. My name is Mylon Patton. I'm a native Charlottean, a fourth-generation Cherry resident, and a proud supporter of the fight to reclaim Morgan School. The decision you think on and make over these next few weeks will be one that has a profound impact on this city. I see Cherry changing, and I see Charlotte changing. Change is inevitable, and change is often good. What Charlotte must recognize is that though change is good, loss is not. We speak so much about the people who are coming in, but what about the people who have been here? Why do conversations about our future leave out the significance of our past and present? The Gospel of Matthew talks about the broad road versus the narrow road. What will history note as the road that you took? Will you take the broad road, the path of an organization with dollars, cents, and an enduring sense of entitlement? Or will you take the narrow but right road, the road that goes against the grain of national gentrification, displacement, and erasement of Black history, the road that leads to Cherry? I ask you to understand our 40-plus year fight for our home. I ask you to take that narrow road and allow our community to appreciate our past, prepare in our present, and dictate our future. I'm grateful to the board for listening to our story over these past few weeks, and this is truly a time for choosing. I thank you for giving Cherry a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Stephanie Gardner, and then Caprice Wilborn, and then we have a group.
Good evening, Superintendent Winston and Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and Board of Education members. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Stephanie Gardner, and I'm a resident of Cherry and an ally to the greater Cherry community, including displaced families. I'm also the managing director of Lamb Investment Company, which makes private equity investments and angel investments focusing on African American and female entrepreneurs. In anticipation of your recommendation that that Morgan School be preserved and placed on the National Register of Historic Places and operated as a community learning center and heritage tourism site, We have a working pro forma document going forward 10 years for the restoration, maintenance, and operating activities, prepared in collaboration with an auditor from a major bank and a CPA accounting director who is also on the board of a local 21st Century Community Learning Center. The Heritage Center will be outward facing and has the potential for significant tourism revenue. Memberships, a gift shop, and educational events and experiences, including tours of the building and Cherry's pending historic district, are all expected to generate revenue. The Community Learning Center will be inward facing, and as such, it will truly serve the community. While we do anticipate revenue from these programs, the primary value of what will be created for the community will be immeasurable. We will continue to remain fiscally responsible as we look forward to operating the programs, memberships, and events when the building has been rehabilitated and is open for business. The pro forma takes into account an educational program fees, memberships, event rentals, studio and workspace leasing, fundraising events, the sale of historic tax credits, and grants as revenues, as well as the expenses associated with each of these, and that any surplus will be used to further the mission of the center. Thank you for your time and for helping Cherry realize the vision they have had for Morgan School for nearly half a century.
Thank you. Next we have Caprice Wilborn, and then we're going to have a group that is made up of David Hill, Stephen Grant, and Greg Jacobs.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Members of the school board, my name is Caprice Wilborn. I've long worked to make a difference, raising over $30 million for important community projects. I've had the great fortune to work on education, healthcare, cultural, and heritage projects with local, regional, and national leaders, boards, nonprofits, and foundations across the country, with everyone from the chairman of Morgan Stanley to the Cherry community. I've done this work because my family taught me to treat others the way that I wish to be treated. The strength of our communities here in the South are uniquely woven with a rich history of heritage and culture, much like a tapestry. Central to the history here in Charlotte is one of its guiding structures, the historic Morgan School in the Cherry community. Its first African-American community, an almost unheard of story of equity, education, racial awareness, and inclusion dating back to its origins in 1891 and the Morgan School Deed of 1919, which was a gift to and specifically for the benefit of the Cherry community from one of Charlotte's wealthiest, the Myers family. At a time in 1919 when racial injustice, rioting, and lynchings were happening across the Southeast and the country, the Morgan School served as a guiding light in Charlotte, the nation, and the world. The Cherry Community Organization was founded in the 1970s, a nonprofit operating for over 40 years, founded by a group of trailblazers. This community cares for its elderly, honors its heritage, champions its youth, and has never stopped seeing Morgan School as the guiding light, the heart in their community. It's much more than just their school. Most of us don't understand this because our...
Thank you. Okay, and before the next group begins, if we could call in the second group, which will be Berlinda Tolbert, Carolyn Coppola, and Dr. Sylvia Biddle-Patton. But the first group is David Hill, Stephen Grant, and Greg Jacobs, and the three of you have 7 minutes, and if you could go ahead and start.
Good evening. Before I start, you should have gotten a packet of about 20 pages. And I'll be referring to that by page number, as will Stephen and Greg. And I just want to make sure you've got that because we're going to move pretty quickly.
Yeah, I believe we'll get that after the meeting. We don't have that right now, but we'll study it afterwards.
Okay, I'll leave off all the turn to page 2s and page 3s then.
Yeah, I don't think we have any packet. We did not receive a packet.
Okay. All right, well, we'll get started here. I'm David Hill. I've got Stephen and Greg with me, and we are part of the team that's been studying Morgan for CCO. We have a lot of experience, and we bring that here to the Morgan School project. Some would say you walk into Morgan and it really just needs a can of paint, a broom, a mop, a dumpster, and it certainly needs those things. But far beyond that, in 3 days, we saw again and again sort of the beginning of the end for that school building. There were failed systems, failed materials, failing waterproofing. It doesn't have to be the end, but the proper repairs and ongoing maintenance need to be done. Our team has connections through Charleston, Savannah, and Charlotte also. We've done over 250 preservation projects over the years. And we looked at this site from many perspectives. One was urban planning. We took a look at the historic patterns and we brought it into today and looked at some of the development pressures that have been pushing on the Cherry neighborhood. We looked at landscape architectural issues, not just the plants, but accessibility issues, drainage issues, which are starting to damage the building. We looked at a design analysis, inside and outside, form and function. It seems like it will work well for the intended uses, but we've also taken into account certain other elements that will need to be added, like an elevator, for example. Steve?
Thank you, David. Continuing on with addressing systems, you're going to hear this theme is deferred maintenance. It's a 100-year-old building. It's in relatively decent shape, but we don't want to lose that. We've got mechanical systems that can potentially be reused, but have a useful life of 2 to 5 years. The electrical system that's in similar condition is reusable, but there will be upkeep necessary. Plumbing systems that are going to need to be completely revitalized. Fire alarm system that needs to be updated, the sprinklers that need to be added. Structurally, you're looking at exterior masonry that needs ongoing maintenance and repointing. You need replacement of lintels. And interior, there's several floors that are deflecting. Again, you're looking at a 100-year-old building that's not necessarily in terrible shape, but just has maintenance needs that have been deferred and have become repairs. The same is true of the building envelope and the roof. There's evidence of water intrusion already, and those things are going to continue. And again, a lot of that's caused by clogged drainage on the roof. Again, maintenance issues that are becoming repairs. Greg?
That's back to me. Finally, our other hazardous materials consultant looked at the usual suspects: asbestos, mold, lead paint. We found some hot areas, but they'll have to be tested. And in all, we gave the building a B-. I mean, you're a school board. I think you can relate to that. But here's the problem. If preventative maintenance and restorative repairs are not done, it won't remain as a B-. And ultimately, in older buildings, if you don't do that work, you lose the building ultimately. Greg.
All right, I'm Greg Jacobs with Landmark Preservation, and as was stated, we've been involved with hundreds and hundreds of historic preservation projects over the course of my 25-year career, and not just individual buildings, but individual buildings and how they relate to their surroundings. The Morgan School, in the simplest of terms, has two basic needs. One, the deferred maintenance needs to be addressed. There's no question about it. And secondly, reprogramming to meet a rehabilitated use as a community center is going to be a major and significant part of the program. We've produced a budget that assumes rehabilitation costs in the $2.1 million range, and have projected forward 10 years of preventative maintenance to include replacement of HVAC systems and projected lifespans of roof system to be replaced in that time frame as well. And all this work would be done according to the Secretary of the Interior standards for preservation, which is the standards we use in this country. And the community group is certainly poised and ready to do that. So that's the technical side of this. The reality is this: like every other preservation project, 50% of the challenge is the building itself. But probably the more important part is how that building relates to its surroundings and the part it takes in preserving a sense of place. And there's no question, it was mentioned earlier, that Morgan School is the heart of the neighborhood, and that can't be denied. That simply cannot be denied. And the outward face of this building relates to this neighborhood and the deep history. And there's a choice to be made here, and that choice will determine the fate of this building and arguably the direction of the community. And that is, does this building, as the heart of the neighborhood, remain the focus of the neighborhood, or does it become parceled out to an outside organization? For the sake of preservation, without question, the right answer is to keep it within the community. And I have consulted with and worked with countless community groups wanting to turn a building into a community center. And I can, in all honesty, tell you I have not come across one that was better prepared, had a better plan, and were very well aware and cognizant of the ongoing challenges and maintenance that are involved as well. This is poised and primed to become an overwhelmingly contributing community center for the Cherry neighborhood. No doubt about it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And does that conclude this group? Okay, so before we go on to the next group, I just want to clarify, it has been brought to my attention that one of our board members does have the package that you referred to. We did not realize that. And it is, okay, so we're making photocopies for the rest of us. So we will have copies for everyone who needs to see that, so thank you. Okay, so next we have Berlinda Tolbert, Carolyn Coppola, and Dr. Sylvia Biddle-Patton, and your group also has 7 minutes. And if you want to go right ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. First and foremost, I don't think you can see me though, can you? Oh, wait a second. I did something wrong. All right, here we go. Thank you so much. First and foremost, I want to say the growth of our city does not require leaving people and their history and heritage behind. Your children's children and my own, who will be more enlightened than us, will one day ask, why did you throw this history and culture away? And they will go about correcting the problem. But I'm going to suggest we need not wait for our children's children to teach this lesson. We can handle and correct this now. And I say this because when the board members had the willingness to come to Cherry, to get to know the organization and listen to what was really at stake here. You demonstrated, you are very aware of what has happened here in Charlotte, those 10, 15 communities that serve the African-American people of Charlotte. You know they no longer exist, and that the Black people that were a part of that landscape have no presence. You know cities around the country are saving, protecting, and valuing the African-American story. Their accounts of their lives lived and experienced in only the way that these people can tell their own stories. These accounts bring better understanding between cultures, allows us to see how far we've grown as a country, and then gauge how much closer we're moving to true equity. You may not know this, but my life began in the city of Charlotte and the community of Cherry. My education was at Morgan. My high school was at Second Ward. I've gone on to have a professional career for over 40 years in the performing arts, that of an actress, and my career has taken me around the globe. My work has helped to change American culture and race relations. And Cherry, CMS, Charlotte, they've supported me and made an investment in me, and I never will forget it. And you've stuck with me all the way, all along the way. And just as those in Charlotte have stuck with me, I plan to stick with 130-year-old Cherry. I plan to help make Cherry's voice loud, crystal clear. It is a voice which my life reflects, because I am Cherry, I am Charlotte, and I am Morgan School. I'm Berlinda Tolbert. Thank you. Carol.
Good evening. I am Carolyn Coppola, an historic preservationist. I regularly manage 20 to 30 preservation projects at a time across multiple states, giving me broad experience and perspective. Many of these properties tell the story of African-American experiences. When Cherry Community Organization has control of Morgan School, I will nominate the school and the Cherry neighborhood to the National Register of Historic Places. The focus of my career is the preservation of cultural heritage. To preserve cultural heritage, we must weave the lost, forgotten, and ugly experiences of our history into one true narrative. Preservationists have come to embrace the belief in the healing power of knowing the truth. We have just passed the grim 20th anniversary of 9/11. People ask how we can ensure that America never forgets, yet we routinely forget. The failure of Reconstruction opened the gates to usher in the Jim Crow era from 1877 to 1964. Oppressive policies in the South led to the Great Migration starting in 1915. But also during this era, the Myers family established the Cherry neighborhood and set aside land to be used as a school for the children of Cherry. The Myers family fostered opportunities of home ownership and education otherwise denied to Blacks. As Americans, we have done a very poor job teaching about slavery, Reconstruction, and the Jim Crow era. And that is because they are painful periods in our past that we wish to forget. And because we have not confronted this difficult history, we are indeed repeating it. The 1900 Disenfranchisement Amendment stripped Blacks of their right to vote. We are now witnessing white leaders in southern states decide who should vote, and African Americans are not on their list. I challenge all of us to be better educators. I believe we should teach history in the places where history happened. Envision Morgan School and Cherry as story sites where history is taught through the experience of place. Let's share Cherry's history so it is remembered, so that these sites are interpreted with the web of relationships of power that created them. In the case of Morgan School, only the Cherry Community Organization can provide this context. Your actions today are tomorrow's history. Stand on the right side of history. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Sylvia Biddle-Patton, and I'm here on behalf of the Cherry Community Organization in support of our efforts to reclaim Morgan School for Cherry. Our request is simple and one steeped in equity. Return Morgan School to the community for which it was built, Cherry. You have heard from the community, some of our partners, allies, funders, and friends. At every turn, there has been another demand, and we have met the demand. We have done our due diligence. We have engaged and partnered with others and are supporting ourselves and others in this effort, including the following. National, state, and local historical preservationists have conducted on-site tours of the school. A consulting team was assembled to conduct a condition assessment of every aspect of the building and the grounds. We partnered with the Preservation Organization to ensure the preservation and restoration of Morgan School in perpetuity as permitted by the North Carolina General Statutes. Our pro forma rehabilitation and maintenance schedules have been developed and reflect projections throughout a 10-year time period. We have demonstrated our ability to purchase Morgan School and submitted a letter of intent to purchase. We have developed a new vision for Morgan School, which includes our plans for a comprehensive programming that will meet the needs of the community while...
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you to this group. Next, we have Zariah Hooper, and I hope I've pronounced your name right. And then after Ms. Hooper, we have another group, which will be Pastor Jordan Boyd, Reverend Dr. Dennis Williams, and Dr. Ricky Woods. Ms. Hooper, you are up.
Okay. Hi, my name is Zoria Hooper, and I go to Myers Park High School. My topic today will be masks and the safety of staff and students. At the first football game for Myers Park, barely anyone had on masks in the crowd, including the cheerleaders, and everyone in the crowd was shoulder to shoulder. Go on Myers Park Instagram and Facebook page and you'll see what I'm talking about. My issue is y'all are so strict on masks at school, but what happens at football games or any sport games? I know what will happen. COVID cases. Me and my peers were having a discussion, and I realized a lot of people want to stay in person school because they miss their friends, they perform better on work, get better grades, don't stress as much, they're not having mental breakdowns every day about how much work they have to do, along with their other activities outside of school, and the list goes on. A lot of students will be disappointed if we have to go back to virtual school because of people not being responsible and wearing their masks. So I ask that y'all would take into consideration a different plan about social distancing and masks at football games or any sports for the sake of staff and student safety. Please and thank you.
Thank you. And then we have our final group, although we've got 4 speakers after this group, but the final group, which is Pastor Boyd, Reverend Dr. Williams, and Dr. Woods.
Madam Chair, we do not see Ricky Woods.
Okay. Do you, Pastor Boyd and Dr. Williams, would you like to go ahead? Or
I am.
Do you know, are we expecting Dr. Woods?
I'm here, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Okay, then we'll go with the 2 of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, Chairwoman Dashew, Superintendent Winston. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the African American Faith Alliance, and I'm speaking as also a parent of 2 graduates of CMS and also a junior who is currently enrolled in one of our local CMS schools. And although he's doing well, many of his teammates, of which he participates in sports, and classmates in which he attends class, 40 to 60% are achieving below grade level in the core courses required to attain college or career readiness. I would like for the board to share with the public what specific actions, not processes, but measurable actions that are taking place at independent school levels that reflect a sense of urgency around the failing rates in 42 failing schools and around 70% of Black and brown children across the district. The board continues to lower standards for teachers, lowering standards for students, while telling the public to have high expectations. The superintendent and the board knew before the recent numbers detailing the dismal regression among all student classes would be lower. Yet we started the school year doing the exact same thing. Congratulations, Madam Chairwoman. Congratulations, Mr. Superintendent Winston, on having the distinction of being the largest perpetuators of poverty, the largest perpetuators of a permanent underclass, and the largest perpetuators of the African American male prison pipeline. Your inaction to the urgency of now concerning the dire plight of so many speaks to the lack of courage and commitment to the change needed for so many. Please, we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, school board members, and Superintendent Winston for allowing us to have a little time to share with you our hearts about what we see happening with Black and brown students throughout the district. We do want to thank you for your labor of love, your hard work for all students in CMS. But I'm here tonight to talk on behalf of the students who are graduating every single year who are not college ready or career ready. I'm here to plead their case because no one is speaking for them. Every year, thousands and thousands of Black and brown kids are dumped into the society with no real option. And as I've said to some of our key leaders in this great Mecklenburg County, these kids fall in love. These kids have babies. These kids will find a way to make it in society, oftentimes in ways that are not good for society. So it's incredibly important that we move with a sense of urgency. You have said yourself that the academic failures are drastic. So I join my colleague in asking what drastic measures are in place right now for these kids who are in 42 low-performing schools. What are we doing today? I do agree with the student outcomes governance model that you're looking at. Seems to be something that's really, really good, but it's a long-term strategy. What's different in the school improvement plans? What percentage of the kids are on an intervention plan? We need to do something now. I'm afraid, I don't know, but I'm afraid we're just, rearranging the chairs on the Titanic. This slide has been going on for years. We need action. We need action now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry Dr. Woods couldn't join us. So next we have McGee Allen, followed by Sutter Conrad, and then Christy Wade. And do we have McGee Allen? There you are.
You all hear me?
Yep, we hear you. Go right ahead.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to talk about my strong opposition to the mandates for our children and any return to remote learning. I'm not going to take up a lot of time to reiterate the data that you already heard. Clearly, you choose to ignore this as you craft your policies towards our children. I do want to bring your attention to, though, the Atlantic article that just came out yesterday that did talk about the rate of hospitalization for children. If you do have time, I would hope that you would read that. I'm well aware that this public forum is a formality for you. I'm also well aware that you are not going to do what people say and what we ask of you. I do, though, want to make sure that you are aware that the vast majority of the speakers tonight have talked about their opposition to mask mandates, forced vaccinations, and any potential return to remote learning. Most people don't take the time to come to these meetings. They're too busy with their families, trying to earn money, paying the taxes, living their lives. So most people don't take the time to come down here and do this. But we do talk to these people that are out and about in town, and we represent a vast majority of people, tens of thousands of people who stand in opposition to these policies that you're creating. I've heard a lot of these people tonight talk about equity in education, about how these policies are affecting Black and brown children. How is this equity? This is disproportionately affecting those same students of color. What is the plan here? There are so many failures at the school level, at the student level, and this is happening under your watch. What are you all doing? What, for real? Like, what's the plan here? What are we doing? We demand the right to keep our children safe, to educate them in the right way, and we demand that you do this for us because we will remember come election time. Thank you.
Okay, and then we have Sutter Conrad, then Christy Wade, and last but not least, Dr. Monroe Richardson. Ms. Conrad, go right ahead.
Good evening. Yesterday, staff and families received an email about requiring unvaccinated staff weekly COVID tests. Starting the week of September 27th, elementary school staff who are not vaccinated will be required to take weekly COVID tests. How did this program become a policy when the board is in the meeting right now? Isn't the board responsible for making policies that affect all of CMS? This was never brought to anyone's attention before the email was sent. CMS states that they are against discrimination and want to provide education that is equitable to all students and staff. How is only testing unvaccinated staff equitable when this discriminates against the unvaccinated? I know the counterpoints to this question and what has been spread across mainstream media, even with our healthcare systems and the sitting president calling it the pandemic of the unvaccinated. However, vaccinated people have been proven to also be able to contract and spread the virus. Does it make sense to only test the unvaccinated when even the CDC and FDA are saying that the only benefit to the vaccine is to lessen the symptoms and hopefully prevent hospitalization? This is also a violation of our rights to choose what is best for us medically. I would like you to take a moment to think about these statistics. According to the NCDHHS website, only 54% of residents of Mecklenburg County are fully vaccinated. I would assume the percentage of fully vaccinated staff for CMS would be about the same. As of 4 p.m. today, there are 219 vacant instructional positions, 20 vacant bus driver positions, and 188 vacant positions for support staff. That is 427 empty positions that directly affect students' lives every day.
Thank you. Christy Wade, and then Dr. Richardson. Do we have Christy Wade? All right, let's go straight to Monroe Richardson. You are up.
Good evening. My name is Monroe Richardson. I'm the Executive Director of Reach Charlotte. The pandemic has gutted early literacy. State test scores released 2 weeks ago showed that no racial group, socioeconomic group, or part of our community was spared. Over 75% of economically disadvantaged third grade students scored at not proficient on the third grade reading EOG. Half of non-economically disadvantaged third graders scored at not proficient too. A similar story, unfortunately, has played out for reading in grades 4 to 8 as well. There are thousands of children struggling with reading right now in CMS classrooms. As you consider the district's policy response to this incredible challenge, I implore you to consider 3 things. First, work with others. The district received an incredible infusion of capital, a total of $528 million in COVID relief funds, according to DPI's website. More than ever, we need for CMS, the county, City of Charlotte, towns in the county, funders, and community leaders to come together to leverage these one-time resources to make the biggest impact for children. Second, invest in tutoring. Harvard professor Jimmy Kim, who the district has worked with in the past, said to me last week, if I could wave a magic wand to come up with a solution to the problem, I'd say tutoring. Everyone knows that that's the solution. There is nothing that is robust as tutoring, nothing. Finally, invest in families. Families are our biggest underutilized resource in our community. We need to respectfully treat our families as the valuable partners that they are, and thoughtfully and intentionally equip them with the tools, skills, and resources so that they are prepared to support their children's reading development at home. The board and staff of Reach Charlotte stands ready to help. For the sake of our children, we need to work together like never before. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like we do have Christy Wade with us.
Yes, I am here. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, apologies. I had to switch to my phone doing bedtime routines now with the kids. But thank you for the opportunity for me to speak to you all tonight and address the board on an important issue. My name is Christy Wade. I'm a mother, resident of Mecklenburg County, and also a member of Moms for Liberty. Tonight, I just wanted to urge all of the members of the board to vote in favor of the resolution to ensure dignity and non-discrimination in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools that will hopefully be addressed after the public speaks. So no child should ever be automatically labeled a racist or an oppressor based solely on the color of their skin, clearly based on the reactions of a number of individuals on this call tonight, as well as previous meetings this year. There are many of us that echo these same sentiments, and we're not going to sit idly by and allow our children to be subject to such anti-American propaganda. There is no room for these kinds of discriminatory practices in our school. Therefore, the board should elect to vote for this resolution. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, did we receive any public comments by email?
Madam Chair, we have one email.
Could you please go ahead and read that into the record?
Thank you. With the myriad of issues facing the community currently, it is our desire to bring the following items to your attention for consideration and action. The rate of positivity in the community is well above the 5% threshold the board previously used as a guideline for implementation of more virtual options. Now that is allowed by state law. Please reinstate an optional full remote academy across the district for all grade levels. Students are self-policing mask wearing that this board has mandated. Buses are among the worst examples of this. At a minimum, please require the bus windows be opened on all routes. Rescind the cell phone policies for students, especially in middle and high school, and strongly suggest the use of NCDHHS tracking app. This will greatly free up resources and provide far more contact tracing than currently being seen. provide a clear and concise update of the Title IX task force. Students were not offered the ability to apply. And to my knowledge, the students who were asked to be involved still have yet to have a meeting for an initiative that is supposed to deliver a report within 45 days. Appoint a similar student-centric task force to update the archaic, sexist, and hypersexualized dress codes across the district that currently disproportionately target girls and people of color, or allow the dress code to be opt out of, just like mask wearing and bullying, and sexual responsibility lessons can be learned. Respectfully, Stephanie Baratoli, the parent, and Sophie.
Okay, thank you very much. So that concludes our request from the public. And next we will move on to our consent agenda. Is there a motion that the board approve the consent agenda items? So moved. Second. Motion from Ms. Byers-Bailey, second from Ms. Sawyer. Before we move to a vote, does any board member wish to pull any part of this item for individual consideration? All right, hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands and say yes. Yes. Any opposed? All right, Madam Clerk, our consent agenda is approved by unanimously. Right, we're all here, 9-0. Okay. So, yes. Okay, yes. So, Mr. Superintendent, I believe you may have a personnel appointment to share.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce our next principal of Rocky River High School, Mr. Kwame Stith, who is no stranger to the home of the Ravens. He is currently an assistant principal at Rocky River High School, where he has served since 2015. Prior to that, he served as the Dean of Students at Cochran Collegiate Academy, and he previously taught at Hopewell High School. Mr. Stith also is a graduate of the School of Executive Leadership Academy at Queen's University of Charlotte, and I'm excited again to announce Mr. Stith as the new principal at Rocky River High School. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Stith. Okay, now we're going to do some Robert's Rules of Orders, slightly different process than what we do in our typical meetings. So first, we're going to do a quasi-committee of the whole. So I'm going to ask if there is a motion that proposed policy CFC, universal face coverings, be considered as if in a committee of the whole. That was Ms. Sawyer. Motion from Ms. Sawyer. Is there a second? Second from Ms. De La Hara. All those in favor of this motion, please raise your hands and say yes. Yes. Okay, so we are now in committee, and we will convene this committee for no more than 30 minutes. We're not giving individual board members time limits, but as a whole, we're in this committee for 30 minutes. So just be mindful of time. And Mr. Jeter, our policy administrator, is going to facilitate our discussion of this policy. So Mr. Jeter is at the podium, and you have the floor, sir.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Charles Jeter, Policy Administrator for Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools. This is functionally the Policy Committee. All 9 of y'all are members now. Congratulations. Earlier, y'all were sent a copy of Policy CFC, Universal Face Coverings. You should have gotten that in your email. If you do not have a copy, Ms. Kelly has a paper copy she can hand to you. The reason we are taking this up, just in case anybody wants to know, is that North Carolina Session Law 2021-130 requires school boards to adopt a universal face mask policy, face covering policy, which is what we are doing, and also then requires us to reconsider modifications at least once per month. So tonight we will ask y'all to adopt this universal face covering policy. I will read this. For those of y'all tuning in at home, the documents are attached to the Facebook Live feed. You can go to the agenda and they're there as well so everyone can see them. Universal indoor face coverings are required for all students, staff, volunteers, and visitors inside CMS facilities and buses for the 2021-2022 school year. Face coverings are optional outside CMS facilities. Face coverings shall be worn by all individuals inside CMS facilities and buses unless the individual meets an exception as set forth in the Centers for Disease Control or North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services guidelines, including the Strong Schools North Carolina Toolkit. As set forth by North Carolina Session Law 2021-130, the Board of Education shall vote at least once a month on whether this policy should be modified. So I would remind y'all the language, and this is the superintendent's recommendation, is structurally identical to what this board approved at your July 30th meeting. Once again, the reason this is before you is because of a change in state law subsequent to that July 30th meeting. So with that, Madam Chair, that is the item before you. That is the superintendent's recommendation. We're happy to take any questions. This is treating this like a policy committee, a little bit more informal than the normal standard meeting process. So does anyone have any questions, thoughts, hopes, fears, dreams?
Quick process question. Is someone keeping track of our 30 minutes? You are. And
Yes,
you'll let us know when we've got a few minutes
I'm going to give you the
left.
warning. I got you.
Okay.
Does anybody have any questions, concerns, comments?
So,
Mr. Strain?
yeah, so, Mr. Jeter, as you know, as you've distributed here, there have already been some proposed language to be added to that which we approved on July 30th. There are two sections here that have been proposed. One is around a monthly report that would identify two separate data points to be considered as we meet regularly as required by law. One is the level of community spread in Mecklenburg County, a metric that's currently tracked, and the other is the number of hospitalizations within Mecklenburg County per age group. And actually it was the idea there was hospitalizations of Mecklenburg County residents, because obviously Mecklenburg County has some great hospital systems, and we draw from other counties as well. So actually point number 2 was really focused on the hospitalizations of Mecklenburg County residents per age group. And then the second piece to be discussed separately was to establish thresholds by which we may consider whether the policy here would need to change. Now, the policy with regards to face coverings being mandatory is required anyway, because the Mecklenburg County Board of County Commissioners acted as our local Board of Health, and we are currently under a face covering mandate. So that's not something that we could change anyway, which leads to that second section. In the absence of a superseding rule regarding face coverings, for example, the local Board of Health requiring face coverings in all public buildings, the board shall consider a modification of the policy if, and then those two, there are thresholds for those two separate metrics. So there were two items that were proposed to be amended to this. The first for discussion was the level of, or the metrics. Number 1, the level of community spread, and number 2, the hospitalizations of Mecklenburg County residents due to COVID. And then the second proposed change was actually establishing thresholds to those. So how would you like to handle those changes as if we were sitting in the policy committee and working on a policy as we do? Mr. Jeter, I think you're facilitating.
How can we change that? Is that your question, Mr. Strain? I mean,
So how would you like to facilitate? So
yes, I mean, as you can see, I just want to highlight to the members of the committee, you'll notice that the language that was presented to y'all earlier this afternoon was Mr. Strain's concept. That language, all it does is add the language in blue below. However, subsequent to Mr. Strain and I's conversations earlier today, we did make a couple changes, as he said, highlighted on page 1, line 26, and then again on line 29, 30, and 31. That language is represented in green. I just wanted y'all to see that there was a difference from what was sent to y'all earlier today versus what is before you. The purpose of those differences, as our Mr. Strain said, what if there's a Mecklenburg County or a state rule or a federal rule that requires masks? Then obviously that decision is taken out of your hand. And the second one is there's 2 community use or community spread charts. We went from one to the other, but the premise is the same. Ms. Sawyer.
I would like the policy to read as presented by staff. I do not wish to include thresholds or required reports in the policy. The reports we already receive. We don't receive hospitalizations, but we do receive community spread and a lot of other data. I don't want to include thresholds, in part because what's listed here is not created in consultation with our public health experts. They're not in the room here. And I would rather allow this process to unfold as we see what happens. So I would prefer that the policy just end at line 17 as written.
Ms. Marshall?
I have, as we've gone through this, we know that we've had a lot of extensive work on metrics, and we publish that weekly. So some of this is already there in terms of community spread, and I think we all have been paying attention to that. I don't know. Again, I am not opposed at the moment to having some metric conversation, but I do not think we've got the folks that we have not seen hospitalization reported in our region or across the region on a real consistent basis. So I'm not sure in terms of gathering that. I would really like to confer with our local health authorities as well before we would decide anything. So, we're going to be talking about this monthly. We're going to be reviewing our data monthly. So this isn't a one and done. I just believe I don't have the information right now, and I would like for Mecklenburg County Health to weigh in on that.
Ms. Cheek.
Thank you. Well, I want us to definitely establish when we get to take the masks off as a policy. I know right now we don't have that option because of what the Mecklenburg County Board of Commissioners has done, but I do want us to have that availability. So I do like the direction that this goes. My concern as well is, are these the 2 metrics that should be the ones that we're using? I definitely think community spread. I'm not sure about hospitalizations. So I think that's kind of where I'm still not 100% sure. I would like to hear from our health person, Ms. Damian, and Ms. Harris, possibly from the county health department, as to what she thinks the best metrics that we can use. I mean, I think where my biggest concern, while I definitely follow hospitalizations in the role that I have as a case manager, nurse case manager in Mecklenburg County, and surrounding counties, actually, I'm very in tune with hospitalizations. I could probably recite most of them in our region to you. I'm not sure that that's the metric that we need. I'm just not 100% sure what the metric is, and I don't want to venture as laypersons that we all are on this board to determine that. So I do want us to determine what the right metrics are, And I definitely want that to be included. I just don't know what the right metrics are.
Ms. Fowler? Sorry, Ms. Shipp?
I agree that we do need some metrics to consider. And so when I read this, I was like, yes, if we're going to be looking at this monthly, we do need to be talking about what are the metrics, what are we assessing, and what are we considering each month. But I do agree we may need, and I guess my question would be, do we have that time, or are we adopting this tonight as what we want it to be going forward? So that would be my question. Are we going to be given that time to do what we're saying we need as far as meeting with the Mecklenburg Health Department and looking at CDC? So,
Bishop, I think I do believe it's time sensitive that y'all adopt a policy under Session Law 2021-130. Right. Certainly, as the law states, and I misspoke, I think I called it a universal face covering policy. That's because of how we've entitled the policy. It's actually a policy regarding the use of face coverings by employees and students is the actual language in the law. So I apologize if I confused y'all there. So I do believe it's time sensitive y'all adopt a policy. The statute as well requires you to reconsider the policy at least once a month. So how y'all want to handle that is solely y'all's decision.
And so that was my question too, to make sure, is this what we want to look at and be able to put in place tonight? Or do we have time to do some of the things my board members have brought up to ensure that this is what we want to have in the policy?
You know, the only thing I would say, reiterate to that is superintendent and his staff has recommended the policy before y'all that y'all adopted on June 30th. Mr. Strain's recommending some metrics. If y'all want to get into a metrics discussion, and Ms. Fowler, I'm coming directly to you, then I think as we go down and I try to land this plane, the first question I think y'all have to decide is, do you really want to attach metrics to this motion? That's a go, no-go decision. And then if you make a go, no-go decision there, then you've got to decide what metrics you want to attach to the process. So I'd ask everyone to think about that. Ms. Fowler, real quickly. Not real quickly, I'm sorry. You can talk as long as you want.
No. Thank you, Mr. Charles. I was just agreeing with you. That's why I was nodding my head.
Perfect. Never mind. You're good. That's good. No.
I think that looking at metrics is very important. However, the universal face coverings, we can see through neighboring counties how important universal face coverings are. However, I do think metrics are important. I do not think that should be the end-all be-all to whether or not we should agree to this policy. However, it does need to be approved monthly due to state legislation. I think there should not be a hesitancy in us agreeing to this policy, since all of us have voiced our concerns about our students and our staff wearing masks and remaining safe. What we want to do is keep our students in school in person for our in-person learning. And if universal face coverings will do so and keep our students in school like they have been now, then I don't understand the debacle.
Before we go back for double dips, Ms. Byers-Bailey, Ms. De La Hare. Ms. De La Hare, I'm sorry, you had your hand raised.
Oh, certainly. Just briefly, I agree that we should first speak with our county partners in Mecklenburg County Public Health to determine what the best course of action here. And I'll just also briefly say I'm a little concerned about the hospitalization as the metric. I mean, that could be looked at, but I'd like to get their input. You know, there are other factors such as long haul COVID and other, secondary factors that may want to be considered. I'm not suggesting that is it, but there are multiple factors if we're trying to determine severity of COVID. So I wouldn't just want to narrow in only on hospitalization.
Ms. Byers-Bailey, Dr. Jones, would either one you like? Ms. Byers-Bailey.
Thank you. My sense of this is that we're going to be reviewing this every month.
That's correct.
We have to, by statute, we have to. So when we determine what the metrics are, after we've had a presentation on which ones are more reliable, we can pull, in any month coming up, we can add the metrics at that time. Is that not correct?
You may reconsider the policy, and you are required to reconsider the policy from any modifications at least once a month. So yes, ma'am, you will have that opportunity for the rest of this academic school year.
Thank you.
Dr. Jones, did you want to?
No.
Mr. Strain, I'm sorry, Ms. Dashew?
Thank you. So yeah, just to help you land the plane, help us all land the plane.
Yeah.
Just
We're
want to
halfway.
be clear. So by state law, so we have essentially a mask policy. We didn't call it a policy, but we had a mask requirement. Now by law, we have to make that a policy. That's what we're doing here today. We do not have to include metrics in the policy, but we could. We can change it, which is what has been proposed. This is a change that has been proposed. We do get metrics once a week. I just want to remind my colleagues, these are not, we get a pretty exhaustive set of metrics once a week. Those metrics were determined by medical experts. Perhaps the metrics we look at need to be updated and refreshed 18 months later or a year later. So I'm going to compartmentalize that, set that aside. Regardless, once a month, we will be reconsidering, do we still want to require masks or not? And so that is, this is, I don't know that we have to go through another committee of the whole process to change maybe we do, but it may be that there will be a time where Ms. Adamian and Ms. Harris at the county and Mr. Winston will come to us and say, you know what, we think we're good, let's take off the masks. I just don't know necessarily that we need to lock in that metric number right now. So I support the original policy that ends at line 17.
Mr. Strain, I want to give you a chance, since it's your concept, to say something. If you have any rebuttal or anything you want to say.
I'll raise my hand when I'm ready.
Okay, I apologize. And so with that, Ms. Cheek, I'm sorry.
So I would echo Ms. Dashew for two reasons. Right now, we can't take our masks off because the county says we can't, our Board of County Commissioners. What I want to get clarity on is if the county commissioners meet next Tuesday and decide that we can take masks off and they lift the mask mandate, could we then, we don't have to wait a month, we could do this, we could change our policy at any point, is that correct?
The statute requires you to consider at least once a month.
At least,
does not
but it's
preclude you
not,
from
I wanted to get that
more
point out to the public. So should the Board of County Commissioners change their mask policy, which basically is forcing our hand at this moment, then we could very quickly act upon this. So what I would like to propose is that we ask our health experts to help us develop metrics, Mr. Winston, to help us develop the metrics of which we would consider mask removal. And that could be part of the metrics that we currently have, because I support Mr. Strain's concept here. I think we may be early for it, but I think that it's something that I think this tells me we need to adopt the policy up to line, 17, but we need to make the steps now in preparation for the day that the masks come off, because I want that to happen. So, Mr. Winston, if you could, I think my colleagues are in agreement from what I'm hearing, is that they want us to develop what that looks like and how that happens. In the event that, number one, the county changes their policy, and number two, the metrics make a change. And I'm very optimistic that by the end of September, we're going to see changing metrics.
Ms. Sawyer.
Yeah, I think as regards to the policy, I don't feel that this policy needs to reference metrics at all, since by definition we are reviewing and our superintendent is in regular communication and staff with county health. So I think for the same reason we didn't set a hard metric about when schools would be remote or not last year, that we didn't have a one fixed, you cross this threshold and you're consider. It's consider. And so I trust that our health department and CMS staff are in constant communication about this, but I don't want to pin them down to when, this number ticks the zero over, then masks come on or masks go back off. I think it's looking at a whole constellation, and this policy, I think, just needs to meet the state mandate, and I think it does that at line 17, and I'm ready to move on.
So, Mr. Strang.
Thank you, Mr. Jeter. So the reason that metrics were proposed here was because we don't have metrics to facilitate this discussion. And so if we don't define a set of metrics, as we did a year and a bit ago, we said all of these metrics will be considered for whether schools are in person or not. And we agreed those metrics that were proposed, we discussed them, we agreed them. Similarly here, I believe it's appropriate to include a set of metrics, fully understand and agree that this was put together in the last 48 hours and we didn't have sufficient time to consult with our county health partners to set up that set of metrics. But for example, nobody can tell me right now how many 0 to 17-year-olds, 0 to 17-year-old Mecklenburg County residents are hospitalized due to COVID. Nobody can tell me that. Nobody will be able to tell me that in 3 weeks when I ask the question again, unless we say that is information we want and need to make this decision. That's why metrics are included. So that's why I proposed a couple of metrics here which are actually material to identifying and confirming the risk that we are trying to mitigate through a masking policy.
So, Madam Chair, members of the committee, we have 8 minutes left in our time together here this evening, for this part of your meeting at least. And so from where I sit, I think I hear 4 people who've expressed a desire to stick with the policy as recommended by the superintendent, which ends on page 1, line 17. I know Mr. Strain has his proposal in front of y'all. So I don't know if there's any more discussion or debate that needs to occur, or certainly we have 7.5 minutes left. If there is no more discussion or debate, Ms. Dashew, Mr. Winston?
Thank you, Mr. Jeter. And I wanted to acknowledge all of the feedback from board members, and I certainly understand all of the comments, and want to acknowledge Mr. Strain and the desire to include metrics as part of the motion. Our district response team, which meets weekly and certainly meets frequently with our partners at the Mecklenburg County Public Health, was actually in the process of preparing to meet and recommend a set of metrics for this very purpose that we would bring back to the board for consideration at the next board meeting. I would not be in favor of including metrics as part of the motion, but I do believe that there ought to be a set of metrics to help the board as part of its decision-making process. As a reminder, and I think some board members have acknowledged that we currently have 2 sets of metrics that we track and share on a weekly basis with our members of our public. And those 2 metrics are the case rate as well as the test positivity percentage. So those are the 2 metrics that we currently capture that help us determine what the community transmission rate looks like. So that's my thinking, is to be able to allow the district response team to meet and certainly consult with our partners at Mecklenburg County Public Health and bring back a recommendation for board consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Y'all heard the discussion and debate thus far. If somebody was inclined to make a motion, Ms. Sawyer?
I move we accept the draft policy CFC through line 17 as presented.
She would like to amend that to make sure that she says it's version 9142021.f.
Okay. Yes. The original. So to accept version 9142021 version F.
Correct.
Of the policy CFC.
Ms. Shipp?
I'm sorry, I was still in discussion. I still had a question. I wanted to go back to what Mr. Winston had said. I'm sorry, and we went on to.
If you could hold that for just 1 second. We do have a motion. We do not have a second. We do now have a second. Now it's a matter for Madam Chair. This now gets into debate or discussion on the motion. Ms. Shipp.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to what Mr. Superintendent Winston was saying, that when we come up at monthly, you will make sure that we have information to look at to make determinations or metrics to hear from as we come up to talk about this monthly. Is that what you're?
Yes, Ms. Shipp, that is correct.
Yeah, because I wanted that piece to be clear as to why we would stop at 17. That's all.
So is there any more discussion or debate on the motion? If not, Madam Chair, you have a valid motion and a second by Ms. De La Hara, Ms. Clerk, to approve
Do you want to throw back to me?
Yeah, at this point, I'd ask for you to call the vote, Madam Chair.
All right. If there's no further discussion or debate, all those in favor of the motion on the table, please let it be known by a show of hands. Any opposed? And that passes 8-1. So now we're going on to our action items. So we're coming out of committee. Welcome back to the regular board meeting. So our first action item is a recommendation for approval of policy CFC. And I'm going to turn to board member Lenora Shipp, who is chair of the policy committee, to make the motion for its adoption. Since this is an item reported out of committee, which was the committee of the whole, it does not require a second. So, Ms. Shipp, if you could read your motion.
Okay. The passage into law of North Carolina Session Law 2021-130 requires the board to adopt a policy for universal face coverings. Earlier tonight, the board met as a committee of the whole and approved the creation of policy CFC, universal face coverings. With that action by the committee of the whole, I move that the Board of Education approve policy CFC as presented.
All right. Any debate or discussion before we move to a vote? Because we do not need a second. All right. It's been thoroughly debated. The plane has just about landed, thanks to Mr. Jeter's piloting. All those in favor of the motion, let it be known by a show of hands. Any opposed? And that passes 7-2. All right. Thank you very much. Our next action item is to consider granting the superintendent authority to transition students from in-person instruction to remote instruction for COVID-19 emergencies. And before the board acts on this, I'm going to turn to the superintendent for a recommendation, and then we'll move to questions and answers, and then move to a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief. The authority that I am seeking this evening would allow me to transition parts of or an entire school into remote learning consistent with the new state law. As a reminder, this authority is similar to the authority that the board previously has granted, both most recently in January and prior to that in November of 2020.
Okay. Any questions? Yes.
Well, actually, I just want to make a comment for the public. This is, again, this is for limited use. It's for small groups of students or classrooms or a school or a hall. This is not to put the whole district in remote learning. So I think that everybody needs to understand that we're going to have to act quickly, and that will be communicated to families and parents. Hopefully, we won't have to use this, but otherwise to be able to maneuver quickly and then get back to folks being in person. So this is to be used judiciously, And it's probably hard for us to, I know we may have some discussion about this, on what constitutes that. And so, I don't know, Mr. Superintendent, if you have some things you'd like to share with us in terms of sort of how you get to that decision.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Yes, and thank you for echoing the fact that this would allow staff the flexibility to act quickly if there is a situation that is deemed to be unsafe or unhealthy, I should say. And one of the criteria we would look at is having insufficient staff, particularly as it relates to staff having to quarantine. If we do not have a sufficient number of staff members to be able to safely provide a learning experience for students. Another example or criteria would be if we are directed by our partners, those are some of the things that we would look at in terms of making that decision.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Well, then I'm going to turn to Dr. Ruby Jones to make this motion.
Thank you. Madam Chair, is permitted by North Carolina session law.
One second, can I get your mic on?
I'm sorry. It's permitted by North Carolina Session Law 2021-130. I move to grant the superintendent the authority to shift individual schools or individual classrooms from in-person instruction to temporary remote instruction is necessary due to COVID-19 exposures that result in insufficient school personnel or required student quarantines on a day-to-day basis. The superintendent shall report any shift by a school or classroom from in-person to temporary remote instruction to the Department of Public Instruction within 72 hours of the shift. The superintendent shall direct a return to in-person instruction as soon as personnel are available or the required quarantines are complete. This authority shall last for the duration of the 2021-2022 school year.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion from Dr. Jones, second from Ms. Sawyer. Does anybody have a need to discuss or debate this motion? Mr. Strain?
Mr. Superintendent, I'd like to again understand really the question that was just asked in terms of making a decision to shift our students to remote instruction, particularly at a school level. I'm trying to think through a scenario where we take an entire school, not a classroom because there was a cluster identified in the classroom, but this would give you the authority to, on your own, shift an entire school. And I'm, having been at this now for 18 months, I'm trying to figure out why we do that at a school level. You know, when if there's a cluster, you've got demonstrated transmission, you know, in a classroom, I could understand taking a classroom out, break, done, right? Obviously, elementary school, you could see that more so than high school where you're switching classes, and middle school as well. But to take a whole school out, I'm not sure why you would need that authority.
Well, thank you for that question, Mr. Strain. The authority that is being recommended would allow me as superintendent to make a determination based on staffing readiness. An example would be if we have a situation where we do not have enough adequate staff in a particular school building to be able to safely provide instruction, then instead of coming back to the board or asking for a special meeting to be able to take a school into remote learning, then this would allow that flexibility to do that. There's also the possibility that, as the board approved back in January, that as one of the criteria that Mecklenburg County Public Health could direct that a classroom or a part of an individual school reasons. So when the district staff in collaboration with Mecklenburg County Public Health believe that remote learning is necessary for health or safety reasons, we would like that flexibility to be able to make that decision with the board approval.
I can certainly understand that decision being made by yourself and your staff at a classroom level. I really struggle with the school level, and I would want to be part of that conversation. If you're going to take an entire school out, I would certainly want to be part of that conversation. And that's not an everyday, I would imagine that those should be few and far between. And certainly I share Ms. Cheek's hope that we've actually hit another peak and we're going to see the numbers improving. That being said, I'd like to be part of that conversation if you are recommending we take an entire school offline.
I think the way we handled it last school year, is that I consulted with board leadership to make that decision collaboratively, and then communicated it with the entire school board. So if that is amenable, if everyone is agreeable to that, for consistency's sake, I would like to continue with that protocol.
Ms. Cheek?
Thank you. And Mr. Strain, you raised the question that I really had, is taking an entire school offline. As you know, the county to the north of me, up in Davidson, I live about a half mile from that county in Iredell, they took 5 schools offline, but it was done in conjunction with the board. I absolutely want you to have the authority to take a classroom out, or a grade level, if there's a big outbreak in a school. But if there's something that is significant enough for us to take an entire school offline, I want an emergency board meeting called and for us to have a discussion about that. I trust our board leadership, kinda. And it's not that I don't respect and all that, but I think that especially if it was in my district and we took a school offline without my input, I would struggle with that with my constituents. And so I do think that out of respect to each board member and the role that we play, if an entire school is to be taken offline and to go remote, I think an emergency board meeting needs to be called. And I think for 2 reasons. That really raises awareness to the public so they understand why and what we are doing and what the reason behind that is. And number 2, I think that tells our constituents that we've given careful thought and consideration to that decision prior to making it. So those are the reasons that I can't support this as it is, although I would be happy to make a substitute motion to this policy that would say, if in the event that an entire school building needed to be taken to remote, the entire board would be consulted with an emergency board meeting. I don't know what would need to happen with that.
So before I go to Ms. Sawyer and Ms. Shipp, let me just ask a point of clarification, if I could, about the statute that we're complying with here. My understanding is that any decision to take a portion of a school or an entire school remote due to COVID-related reasons has to be revisited daily. Is that correct? And so if we amend the motion, and I'm not weighing in either side here, but I just want to understand, if we were to amend this motion or do a substitute motion that says that the superintendent does not have the authority to make that decision, then that would be, and in the event that a high school had to go remote, that would mean daily board meetings until the school was ready to go back. Is that
so? Is he
correct?
meeting daily? Has he been meeting daily with you? In the event would, I guess that's what I'm saying.
That's what I was going to say too.
I mean, daily board meetings where we convene and.
Yep, like
you
by
know,
Zoom.
Publicly notice and, right. I just want to be clear. I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just being clear what it would mean.
I'm cool with that.
Because I haven't read, I just had to refresh myself. Ms. Sawyer, Ms. Shipp, and then Ms. Marshall.
I am happy to endorse the superintendent's recommendation. I find it kind of ironic that last year the debate was the exact opposite, where the authority was granted to close entire schools, and the superintendent didn't at first have the ability to close part of a school or a grade level, and we had to go back and add that. So it's kind of interesting that now we've sort of shifted. Some people have reversed course. I think that it is important on an emergency basis for the superintendent to be able to make this call. This is exactly what we hired him to do. Not all of our schools have thousands of kids. We have some very small schools in our district. And we don't want to have to put, we don't want to have an emergency board meeting if the superintendent finds out at 10 o'clock at night that, 10 or 12 staff members are going to be out the next day, and he needs to notify schools that, the buses are not running tomorrow because there are no teachers there at a school. It doesn't make sense for us to have an emergency board meeting at midnight to make that call. Or if the public health director says that there is a problem at a school that we need to address that is school-wide. Giving someone the authority doesn't suggest that he do this on a whim. It's just an emergency authority. I would trust that it would only be used in a true emergency. And I don't think 9 of us weighing in at 11 o'clock at night the day before school to say, no, we think, we can find enough subs, or we think the health director's wrong. That doesn't seem productive to me. So, this is an operations decision. The superintendent knows what staffing levels are needed to operate a school safely. And if he determines that we cannot meet that threshold, that's exactly why we hired him. So thank you.
Okay, so I've got Ms. Shipp, Ms. Marshall, and then Dr. Jones.
Well, authority, I understand, but I also think the board being informed and knowing so that we don't get that flood of calls or emails that something like this, let's say it is a big high school that's being closed, we need to know that so that we can respond appropriately to constituents, to the public, to parents that may be calling. So I don't know if we're talking about so much the authority to do it, but also when he mentioned, well, I'm going to talk to the chair and the vice chair, I'm like, well, then all of us, it's almost like when we went to remote for weather situations and we had this blow up about we didn't all know, and we should have known exactly what was going to happen. And I think it is important that we serve as the governing body, all 9 of us, so we should be informed and know what's going to happen, even when you are making, and we trust you to make those decisions based on the information you have. But should we know and be involved in that so that we can be able to respond appropriately to the community, to our constituents? I think we should.
Ms. Marshall?
Let me go back to and Mr. Jeter may have to help me here in terms of, again, what the statute talks about. It is a day-to-day decision. So if we delegate authority, I'm just trying to get this clear too. If we delegate authority to the superintendent's going to have to announce that daily to the families affected. I'm assuming they would say,
this class or these fifth grade or whatever is on remote for a week or 2 weeks. They would have to announce that. But in terms of if we are involved in the decision making and we are the ones making the decision, then we have to vote daily for this?
So Ms. Marshall, the statute reads as follows. It says that a public school unit shall have the authority to make day-to-day decisions for the 21-22 school year concerning whether shifting individual schools or individual classrooms that are providing in-person instruction to temporary remote instruction is necessary due to COVID-19 exposures that result in insufficient school personnel or required student quarantines. So in only those two circumstances where there is insufficient personnel or where there are required student quarantines, the General Assembly is saying that the school district shall have that authority. School-wide, school-wide or individual classroom-wide. And that it is a day-to-day decision that must be then reported to DPI.
Are you done, Ms. Marshall? You want to ponder that?
I'm pondering.
Okay, I'm going to go to Dr. Jones, then Ms. Fowler, and then Ms. Delahara, and when you're done pondering, raise your hand again.
Thank you.
I think we all want students in school. And so the emergency is the key word here. Because we want students in school. Now, when we talk about trying to convene us and getting our opinions, in the meantime, as the leader of the school district has to be doing those operational notifications to the families of the particular school, to the staff persons, bus transportation, any number of decision making that has to take place. So I would think that, yes, I agree, notification, we are the governing body, but we have to realize that we are in an emergency state and we have to trust the people closest to the knitting to look after that all-encompassing word, safety. Safety. And I say that just about everything. And because that's bottom line what parents appreciate.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Fowler, and then Ms. Delahara.
And then I have finished pondering.
And then I'll come back to you, Ms. Marshall.
Thank you. I feel like we're all saying the same thing here. We want to be involved and we want to be informed in order to let the public know what's going on and for us to know how to have further discussions with the public if they come to us with questions. However, I do agree that we should allow our trust to be in the superintendent to do his role and to partake in his activities. However, I do agree that we should be informed on what is happening. So I think my proposal in order to mediate here would be for the superintendent to have his role in order to have the authority to transition students to remote instruction and then have an emergency meeting right after he makes that role or decision in order for the board to know, the public to know, and for him to do his job correctly. If we want the superintendent to have that authority and to have that role, we have to trust him in order to allow him to properly do it. However, I do agree that the board needs to know. So the emergency meeting should occur directly after. So like you said, at 10 o'clock at night, there's an outbreak at Philip O'Berry High School. And the nursing, or what do they call it? The Adobe program needs to get shut down. He shuts down the Adobe program because it's an emergency and needs to get done. The following day at 10 a.m., we have an emergency meeting. He alerts the board why he did the decision, where the decision is going to be located, how many cases there was, the metrics for the manner. We ask our questions. We have the little debate. However, the decision is already made. We're just being informed about it. So that's what I think that we should do. And I think we should grant the superintendent the authority to transition students to remote instruction. Because if we have an emergency meeting, we're going to be pondering for a while. And it's an emergency and needs to get done. And I think that we should grant Superintendent Winston the authority to do so. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
The plain meaning of the statute is that there shall be authority for both situations in terms of shifting individual schools or individual classrooms. The question is who is going to have that authority, especially if it's made on a day-to-day basis, which is why, again, from a practical standpoint, if you decide not to delegate that authority to the superintendent, I think the plain meaning of the statute is you delegate all of it or none of it, because it's a day-to-day decision. And so I think the General Assembly is contemplating that be done by the superintendent, because it does not say board. It actually says the public school unit. And when the General Assembly is saying specifically board, it will say the local governing board. But I do believe that you as the board have the authority, which is why we're here, to delegate this to the superintendent. And I think it should be all or none. But this is a different issue from notification, because the statute says shall have the authority to make day-to-day decisions and it says shifting individual schools or individual classrooms that are providing in-person instruction. So if you are going to delegate that authority to the superintendent, the plain meaning of the statute to me is that you delegate the authority for both the individual schools or individual classrooms, and not separate those two out. Because it is decisions that have to be made on a day-to-day basis.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that clarification. It's a new law that we've got to wrap our brains around and understand, so thank you. Before I go to Ms. De La Hara and back to Ms. Marshall, I just wanted to turn to you, Mr. Superintendent. So we've heard this decision is about delegation, but we've also heard a lot of concerns about wanting to be informed. So
Yes.
Could you talk through the information flow or information process that you have in mind?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. And I have heard board members loud and clear that you want to be informed. And just as I did last year when decisions were made of this nature, I will recommit to quickly informing the board of any individual classroom or entire school closures that would need to occur. And so I do not, although I certainly understand and I respect the spirit in which Ms. Fowler shared her comments about holding an emergency meeting after the decision is made, I would submit that I can share that information with the board quickly electronically as I have in the past.
Ms. Kalahara?
Yeah, thank you. I didn't get to share before you spoke, Superintendent, my view on this, but I guess I'll still say it. I fully support you having the authority to do this. I think you need the authority. I know that you are not going to make that decision lightly. And I don't really want to have the conversation. I mean, if you're telling me that 30% of the teaching staff or education staff has to be quarantined for whatever reason, and that to you means that the school can't run properly, and you need to do that, I'm going to trust that. I'm not going to sit there and question, because I know you wouldn't take that lightly. I was going to suggest not making a motion that it be required in any means, but that you notify the chair and vice chair and the district representative where the school is located. I personally don't need to find out, because I actually do trust that you're not going to make that decision lightly. But if you notify the whole board, that's fine too, based off of what you just said. I think there's ways that we can make sure that that happens. But I fully support delegating the authority. I don't want to be making those day-to-day decisions that I know are going to come up, hopefully infrequently, and after a lot of thought and input based off of school level decisions that constitute an emergency. So I say we move forward.
Okay, Ms. Marshall and then Ms. Cheek.
I feel like we've gotten to a better place here, and I just want to remind everybody that based on our experience thus far this year, we certainly have had situations where we've had staff out, and we certainly have situations where we have students out, but it has not been to the level that we've seen in other counties, frankly. And we've been able to keep kids in school and keep staff in school, and I think that's we started in a very difficult place, and we're doing okay. So I really don't think this is going to be a major problem. I sure hope it's not. I think this is again a tool for the toolkit. But I think that, Madam Chair, it may be that we amend this motion to add that the superintendent informs the board prior to informing the community. And that could just be a very quick thing, which I think, frankly, you pretty much did last year. I'm trying to remember the cadence of the information that we got when you were in, when we have closed the classroom. So maybe we could amend the motion to add some language about the superintendent informing the board prior to informing the community of a classroom or a school closure.
Ms. Cheek and then Ms. Sawyer.
And I appreciate what Ms. Fowler, who stepped out. Ms. Fowler, I appreciate you trying to mediate between, I think, people that just care a lot about kids being in school. Contrary to what someone said earlier, I've been pretty consistent in the last 18 months about keeping kids in the classroom. And that's not been something that I think anybody should be questioning, especially from the dais. And I do not appreciate those comments. That being said, I think my biggest thing was, if I get a text from you at 6:50 that there's been a bus accident, I surely should be able to get a text or a message communicating that there's an emergency at a school that needs to be closed. So I think it's about communication. I do trust your decision in that, but what I don't want it to be blind. I don't want 8 o'clock to come along and my inbox is full of questions from parents about why did the school get closed or what's going on. So that's the case on all kinds of issues, even things that have happened in the last 2 weeks in our schools, just to make sure that board members, because our community definitely looks at us as board members to be a conduit of information and to have knowledge about what's going on. So I definitely support Ms. Marshall's suggestion to include that board members are in communication prior to it becoming a media and public discussion about these kind of situations. So I would like to do that because my main priority is to keep kids in class.
Madam Chair, there's actually a motion. I believe Ms. Marshall made a motion to amend.
I'll second it.
It was Dr. Jones who made the motion. Oh, but so you're saying this is an official?
An amend. The motion to amend.
A motion to amend.
Marshall made a motion to
communication to the board prior to the public.
I didn't hear that as the official statement.
I second Ms. Marshall's motion to include public communication to the board prior to the public.
Do we need to be very clear on the line and where it goes.
Oh, let's see. I mean,
let me just get
Yeah,
the motion cleared up, and then I'll
I would
come to you.
like to see the motion in writing before, I mean, I'm not comfortable voting on an amendment that's just chatted about.
Okay, so we're going to pause, get this amended motion drafted and printed out.
I was just going to say, well, I agree with that, and I think it definitely needs to be, I agree with the amendment of the motion. Because that's all we were asking for.
Okay, yes.
Right,
Okay.
I want to like do this in order. So.
No.
Right here.
I think we can have discussion.
Technically, I think you want to put it between the first and second paragraph.
Well, what Ms. Marshall is proposing and what Ms. Cheek has seconded is to write this into the policy. So we haven't yet debated the amended motion or voted on the amended motion, but we're about to do that.
It's not a policy.
But we've had a request to get it in writing first.
It's an action item.
It's not a policy.
I do have the spot. I do have it.
I'm sorry?
I'm ready to
You're
tell you.
ready to read it, but I've heard a request that it be, is an email okay? Do you get it in an email?
Electronic, just say
Has
electronic.
made a motion, Ms. Marshall has made a motion, it's been properly second. For if you all are seeking clarity in terms of what her exact motion is, absolutely, that can occur. And then there can be discussion about the motion to amend.
Okay, so Ms. Marshall?
Yes.
You're ready. If you could read your amended motion, and then if that could also be emailed to the board.
No, so it is not an amended motion yet. Ms. Marshall has made a motion to amend, and it has been seconded.
And if that could be read to us,
Certainly.
then we can discuss it.
Okay, so the first paragraph that I want to repeat that, and then I will add this language, and then I'll go to the second paragraph so you can sort of see the order here. Okay. I move to grant the superintendent, Madam Chair, as permitted by North Carolina Session Law 2021-130, I move to grant the superintendent the authority to shift individual schools or individual classrooms from in-person instruction to temporary remote instruction as necessary due to COVID-19 exposures that result in insufficient school personnel or required student quarantines on a day-to-day basis. The superintendent shall notify the board of any shift prior to any public notification. The superintendent shall report any shift by a school or classroom from in-person to temporary remote instruction to the Department of Public Instruction within 72 hours of the shift. The superintendent shall direct a return to in-person instruction as soon as personnel are available or the required quarantines are complete. And this authority shall last for the duration of the 2021-22 school year. So what is going to happen, let me speak to that if you don't mind. The decision is made by the superintendent to put students in remote. The superintendent then notifies the board prior to any public notification. Then the superintendent shall report the shift to the Department of Public Instruction within 72 hours of the shift. So that's the cadence of notification.
Okay. And if you could, or if Mr. Jeter could email that to the board. And then now, I imagine there will be some discussion about this amended motion before we vote on the amended motion. So Ms. Shipp?
Yeah, I was the only one making, excuse me, I think I was the one making discussion, and I was just saying that that's exactly what I was saying earlier, that we needed to have the information given to the board before, it went to the community. So I'm in agree with that, and I think that needs to be there.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Delahara?
I always like to be communicated with, but I just don't think this is necessary. I think we're going down a path of, in a time where we're doing the student governance focused outcome I'm just sure I just botched that, but you know what I'm saying, our governance work. And trying to decide what is board work and what is operations superintendent work. You know, I've been working really hard with my constituents to separate that out and to explain back and take time to explain to the constituents, this is a superintendent decision or a staff decision, so that they're not looking to us to continue to make decisions. And I understand that we're a conduit for communication. That's always a good thing. But it then flips it where then folks are looking for us to make the decisions, which essentially it's not. And so that's where I'm having trouble with that, because I feel like we've been making great progress of getting out in the community and setting those boundaries. And so I'm not in favor of this amendment.
Dr. Jones?
I totally agree with Mr. Lahara, because just say that he contacts Representative Ruby Jones, and I want to yada, yada, yada against a major decision that has to be made in a very timely manner. Yes, we need expeditiously to be informed, but I go back to the beginning of this with those preschool classes. If you remember, it seems so long ago now when all of this was going on. I received the information and it was made based on good decisions, but if we are attentive, we received that information. I think all of us did. So I think we are trying to be particularly picky, if you will, about something that I think we have to trust the decision making and the timeliness of getting things out to us. But sometimes the things, as I said before, require right there decision making with his team of people who are giving the information, and so we have to respect that and understand that. I don't really get why we are having this long extended debate about it. Is what I'm trying to get to.
I think the amendment is unnecessary. I think the superintendent knows that we value hearing about issues expeditiously, and I don't think we need to change an action item to reflect that.
Ms. Shipp?
I was just going to say, I did not want it to be as if we're saying we're getting in the weeds in terms of the authority of the superintendent. I don't think that's what was intended here, because like you said, safety and supervision comes first. And then, Ms. Delahara, what you're saying is true. You have to separate the two. But in a school situation where you got a lockdown, and I've had to do that, and you have to do things first, I still had to notify as soon as possible parents in the community, even though my first thing is to quickly do what's necessary from the school level, right? And that's lock down those children, make sure everybody's safe. But I still was given direction to notify as soon as possible my parents, and the community needed to know that it happened because that information was going to get to them. So I think in one way, that's what we're saying. We're not saying that the authority is not always with the superintendent in terms of making these crucial decisions in an urgent manner, but notification should not be an issue either. Now, whether we need to write it in the policy or not, that may be a question, but I don't think notifying us should be a problem. I really don't. And you've done this before, so I'm not sure where we're going with this. Are we saying we don't need it in the policy, and that's too much? Or are we saying we don't need to be notified? That's something different.
Anybody else? So I'll just say, I do think we need to be notified. I don't think it needs to be in the policy. I'm sitting here trying to figure, because if I vote against that, I don't want to make it sound as...
It's not a policy. This is board action, not a board policy.
Not a board policy. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. It does, yeah, because I've been sitting here trying to figure out where do I land on this, because I don't want to make it seem as though I don't want the board to be informed. So all that is to say, you just helped me figure that out. Any further?
Madam Chair, I sent everyone an email.
Okay, the email, you should all have it if you need to read it.
The language is in green.
If you need to review this before I call the vote on the amended motion. You want to take a minute to read it?
Chair Dashiell, this is a vote on the amendment.
Amendment to
not
the
an
motion.
amended motion.
Okay.
Correct.
Do you need to review it? Okay. So all those in favor of the amendment to the motion, let it be known by a show of hands. And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'll go ahead and call the rest of it. Those opposed, and that is 1, 2, 3, 4. And so the amendment to the motion passes. And now that is now the motion on the floor. Do we have any further debate on the amended motion? Ms. Fowler, would you like to share your feedback?
I have like a quick question. Can we just like clarify to the public what just happened?
Okay. Yeah. Perhaps it would help if Ms. Marshall rereads the amended motion, which is now the motion on the floor. So for the public, we had a motion. It has now been changed. A sentence has been added, and that's what we're about to vote on.
Okay. Madam Chair, permitted by North Carolina Session Law 2021-130, I move to grant the superintendent the authority to shift individual schools or individual classrooms from in-person instruction to temporary remote instruction as necessary due to COVID-19 exposures that result in insufficient school personnel or required quarantines on a day-to-day basis. The superintendent shall notify the board of any shift to remote learning prior to any public notification. The superintendent shall report any shift by a school or classroom from in-person to temporary remote instruction to the Department of Public Instruction within 72 hours of the shift. The superintendent shall direct a return to in-person instruction as soon as personnel are available or the required quarantines are complete. This authority shall last for the duration of the 2021-2022 school year.
All right, before I call for the vote.
A question.
All right, exactly the time for that.
Prior to, is that a hot minute before or what?
Could be.
I mean, so we send it out electronically, it's operationally, that's what generally has taken place, right? So it's information only, and we get it. So I'm just trying to understand. That makes sense to me because operationally, that's the way this has happened prior to. So I was just wondering what we are strongly debating in terms of procedural due process of carrying out his duties. Okay, thank you.
Any other points of clarification or debate? Mr. Strain?
Just a point, Madam General Counsel, I appreciate as ever your advice and counsel. I, however, disagree that this board is in a position to delegate all or nothing of its authority. As such, I cannot support the delegation of authority for a full school. I think that is a very significant step, taking an entire school offline, and I can't support it without an affirmative vote of this board.
Anybody else? Okay, Ms. Fowler, and then I'll come back to Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones.
Okay, so I'm trying to process this operationally. We don't want to take the whole school off, but certain classrooms very well may be.
The motion that we're debating right now is the one that Ms. Marshall just read, so we don't have another amendment to consider.
Okay.
Ms. Fowler? Or did you have your hand up, or did I imagine that?
No, you didn't. You didn't imagine it. But it's okay. It's fine. It's okay.
Okay, all right. I'll come back to you if you need me to. Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote then. All those in favor of the amended motion, please let it be known by a show of hands.
Read the amended motion.
I just did.
Ms. Marshall just did.
Because I want it clear in my head.
You want to hear it again?
So much.
Can you read it, but not too fast?
Okay. Madam Chair, as permitted by North Carolina Session Law 2021-130, I move to grant the superintendent the authority to shift individual schools or individual classrooms from in-person instruction to temporary remote instruction as necessary due to COVID-19 exposures that result in insufficient school personnel or required student quarantines on a day-to-day basis. The superintendent shall notify the board of any shift to remote learning prior to any public notification. The superintendent shall report any shift by a school or classroom from in-person to temporary remote instruction to the Department of Public Instruction within 72 hours of the shift. The superintendent shall direct a return to in-person instruction as soon as personnel are available or the required quarantines are complete. This authority shall last for the duration of the 2021-22 school year.
All right. All those in favor of the motion, let it be known by a show of hands. And opposed? So that passes 7-2. And as Ms. Marshall said earlier, that's another tool in the school district's tool chest, and I pray that we won't have to use it. Okay. Back to our next action item, our final action item, is to consider approving that certain property be declared surplus. Before the board acts, I'm going to turn to the superintendent to introduce this item and to make a recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight, per board's policy, we will be sharing the properties to be declared surplus for this year. We will also be providing an update on the status of properties which were declared surplus last year. A part of the presentation will outline our revised process to sell or lease these surplus properties. And to provide for this context for this report and the action item associated with it, I think it is important for the public to understand that all real estate is actually owned by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education. Therefore, any real estate transactions recommended by staff must ultimately be approved by the school board. There are also a number of state and local laws and activities that guide and frame these transactions, and that table setting is where the presentation will start. With that, I will turn things over to Dennis Lacaria to give the report and to take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, Madam Chair, members of the board. Can everybody hear me all right? All right, good deal. So the agenda, and I will be brief here, will take us through the applicable statutes, policies for real estate, the implications of our real estate activities on our operating and capital budgets, how the Board of Education buys, sells, and leases real estate, an update to our lease and sale process that brings it in line with our current policy, recommendations for the properties to be declared surplus for this year, and an update on the parcels that were declared surplus last year, and then the action items and next steps related to these processes. So I'm not going to go into this at depth, given the hour and the fact that we have another agenda item. This is just a sampling of the statutes and state constitution sections that apply to the way that school boards have to handle real estate. We are in a unique position in the state of North Carolina. School boards can only acquire property for school purposes, and there are specific rules and regulations around the way that property is disposed of. So whenever we buy real estate, it impacts the capital budget. The Mecklenburg County Commission actually approves the capital ordinance annually based on a CIP. The most recent CIP is based on the bond that was passed in 2017 that we're still working off of. And so annually that ordinance is revised based on our anticipated spend. Our capital budget also builds our schools, and it maintains the school's administrative spaces that we have. And anytime we actually sell a property, the proceeds for that also have to go back into the capital outlay. So that becomes a feedback loop to the capital budget. So whenever we acquire or dispose by lease, those impacts are more to the operating budget. We generally avoid trying to be a tenant in somebody else's building because the operating budget supports those leases, and that's the same money that we use to pay our school staff and our other employees. So we don't like to dilute that by spending operating dollars on buildings. Leasing to others has been our practice, typically, of disposing of assets that we're not currently operating, because it moves the cost to operate and maintain those things off of our every year operating budget and makes them the responsibility of the tenant. And then any revenues that we generate above and beyond the cost avoidance has to go back into the local capital outlay budget. So whenever we buy real estate, we generally try to do it with an agreement with a willing seller, a contract that's negotiated. Whenever we're buying, we have to have an independent appraisal, and the acquisition must be in line with that appraised value. There's a comprehensive due diligence process that we undertake, including a phase 1 environmental survey. That's something that's very important, knowing the status of the site or the building that we're acquiring. Anytime we're looking to acquire property, we are more than happy to have a broker bring us an opportunity. We will protect a broker in a deal, but we do not typically engage a broker directly. Whenever we're buying real estate, there are local actions that we have to take as well. There's a process called mandatory referral, which involves lapse through the Joint Use Task Force, which is a group of city and county agencies and departments, including the Housing Authority, Park and Rec, Department of Transportation, Department of the Charlotte Water Utilities, libraries, CPCC, who meet to discuss property transactions and seek opportunity to cooperate whenever anybody is trying to buy real estate. We also have to take a lap through the Planning Commission to make sure that they agree that our use is suitable for the acquisition. And then anything that we have to do to actually accomplish the project, whether we have to rezone the piece of land, the permits that we have to get to build the school, all of that is separate and apart from this acquisition process. Also, our acquisitions need approval by the Mecklenburg County Board of Commissioners. So, it can take, as quick as 60 days, but typically much longer for us to go from contract to close because of those requirements. I'll do this. All right, going the other way. All right, so right now our primary real estate acquisition target, will have everyone's attention, is a relief site for Community House Middle School. So we are open for business and ideas on any of that. We are chasing some leads, but nothing is solid, and so we're actively searching for that. The rest of the properties that we need to identify will be identified through the capital planning process as we move through that. We dispose of real estate through sale and lease. So what's key to remember is anytime that we provide an easement, we sell a property, we lease a property, it's treated as a disposition. So that's the classification. Whenever we're selling real estate, we have to by state statute, by practice in the Constitution, and by state Supreme Court action, recognize fair market value for any property that we sell. This is, again, because the boards of education are limited in the purposes for which and the processes by which they can buy and sell real estate. We will have an independent appraisal done prior to any sale. We sometimes make exceptions in a case of an easement, for example, where there's a direct benefit to the Board of Education property. We are conveying a connection to Park and Rec for a greenway connection, or to the Charlotte Department of Transportation for a sidewalk project, so it's getting our kids to school safely. So there's a direct benefit to us for that. Generally, when we sell, we're doing it by 3 methods: intergovernmental transfer, that's where we're cooperating with the city or the county; exchange, where we're swapping thing A for thing B; and then the upset bid process. We cannot give property away for any reason to anybody, regardless of how well-intentioned they are, how aligned we are with their actions or activities, how much we support what they're doing. And it's not a matter of, gee, we'd kind of like to. It's the law. So whenever we sell real estate, we're subject to local activity as well. We still have to go back through the mandatory referral process, Community Joint Use Task Force, and there again, there's the opportunity to, before we sell the property to somebody else, for the library to say, no, we'd really like to have that, and we want that to be a library site, or Park and Rec to say, oh, we've always wanted that to be a park. We don't want you to sell that directly. So there are opportunities for our partners, the city and county and other local entities, to stop us, if you will, along the way and say, before that goes, we'd really like to get in. And then anytime we're selling real estate, we also have a statutory right of first refusal that has to be exercised by the Board of County Commissions. So again, we have to go back through the county commission and say, we've been through all of these other processes. We've got a contract. We have somebody that we vetted, and they're going to be able to perform when we sell this property. We've been through the Joint Use Task Force, and nobody else wanted it. So now our last stop is with you. Do you want to buy it under the terms that we've negotiated? And the county commission can say, yes, we absolutely do want to, or no, we don't. Go ahead and close that transaction. So they have a decision point every time we bring a disposition through them. I also want to mention that as I hit on the intergovernmental transfer piece, there's nothing that stops our partners at the city or the county or one of the towns from reaching out to us directly prior to us even marketing a property and saying, hey, we would really like to acquire X or preserve Y. Would you work with us on that? And of course we do. So those opportunities present all the time. The reason we're in this building, in fact, is because the county was assembling the real estate for Brooklyn Village, and they said, we'd really like to buy that Ed Center, and while you're at it, Walton Plaza looks kind of nice too. So those things happen without us initiating any activity at all. I apologize for having to switch to the mouse. So we can acquire and dispose of property by lease. Our historic preferences have been to acquire real estate through purchase, not lease, because of the impact of the operating budget. And conversely, our preference has been to dispose of surplus real estate through the lease and not sale, because it allows us to preserve the asset for our use later or for exchange if we have something specific in mind. But there are always exceptions to that, but that has generally been the way that we've operated. Leases are subject to specific terms. If we go over 10 years, literally the day we hit 10 years, so 9 years, 365 days, or 1 day over, it's treated as a sale and has to proceed under the sales statutes. And we typically, when we're leasing a property, ask the entity that's taking it on to make a capital investment in the property, as well as committing to maintaining and operating the property in a way that we can inspect and insure. Dispositions by lease are subject to those same local actions. We take the lapse through and say to everybody else, we're going to go ahead and do what we're doing with these leases. We again have to go back through the Mecklenburg County Board of Commissioners and say, we've got this contract to lease this building to this entity or lease this property to this entity. Do you want to exercise your right and be the entity to lease this property instead. If they say yes, then we're into consummating that relationship and that transaction with the Board of County Commissioners. If they say no, then we're free to go ahead and finalize the lease terms with the other entity. The other sort of caveat that's baked into our leases is whenever we have a surplus property and a charter school shows up to lease the building, we are obligated by statute. So going over the status of the properties that were declared surplus last year, we declared these properties as surplus for sale or lease. There was a portion of the Derrida School at North Graham. We have received an offer, and we will be going through the upset bid and statutory disposal process there. There's a portion of Dorothy J. Vaughan Elementary School, which had been the site of the principal's house. We have received an offer for that. We'll be moving through the upset bid and statutory disposal process. We declared the Downs Road, a portion of the Downs Road transportation site. It is orphaned by a creek. We've declared that as surplus for sale. We have a contract negotiated. The buyer is in his due diligence phase, so there will be more on that, but we are looking to be able to complete that transaction. We also declared surplus for lease last year a portion of the Hickory Grove Elementary School Annex, which is the old Hickory Grove Elementary School. We leased that to Charlotte Bilingual Pre-K for classrooms and multi-purpose space. They have actually collapsed back into smaller space, and tonight is action. The board amended their existing lease on consent agenda. Then we had declared these properties surplus for lease as well. A portion of John Taylor Williams Montessori. There is an orphan parcel across Tipton that we got valid leases in from somebody that's looking to put a billboard there. They're having to rezone that parcel in such a way that it does not make sense for us to continue to try and own the underlying real estate. So we are recommending revising that declaration of surplus for sale and moving to consummate the sale of that portion. And then the old Morgan School, we had a lease negotiated with Arts Plus with all conditions preceding accomplished, including the waiver of the right of first refusal by the Mecklenburg Board of County Commissioners. However, we've also received multiple offers to purchase the facility, and so staff is also recommending revising that declaration to surplus for sale. Going back to touch on the way that we did the lease and sale processes historically, and this was last really updated. This process itself was last updated at the tail end of the comprehensive review of CMS, and there has since been new board policy adopted, so we wanted to bring things in line, but we actually used a weighted rubric to score the proposals that we received. Now we're looking to modify that, if you will, to look at three primary aspects as we're dealing with prospective tenants and buyers. You know, obviously we want to make sure that the proposed use is legal, because we don't want the Board of Education selling something that doesn't make sense or leasing to an entity that doesn't make sense. We don't want somebody to be the highest bidder for a lease for a building and they want to sell used cars out of our building, that sort of thing. So we want to be mindful of the uses. So the legality and the purpose. The financial terms of the deal, we want to make sure that we're in the best position, both current and long term, especially in the case of a lease, where we're looking for somebody to hold on to, if you will, take care of an asset for us, that we're certain that it's going to come back in same, if not better condition than they're taking it. And then the strength of the tenant. We want to privilege organizations and entities that have a long track record and can demonstrate that they've been successful over time, rather than somebody who just, incorporated yesterday and throws in an offer. Not to say that we wouldn't entertain that, but we do want to be mindful of longevity as being one of the characteristics. So regardless of whether we're declaring a property surplus for lease, sale, or either, this will be the process that we will follow. We will start a period for receipts of expressions of interest. We're announcing that tonight. We will publish that in the Observer very shortly. We'll also post this on the CMS website at 2 places, and we will have a quick link on the front page of the website that will get you to this information that we're sharing this evening. We are looking for expressions of interest to be received by entities who wish to buy or lease a property from us by the close of business on 13 December 2021. So we want everybody's responses in ahead of the end of the year, the holiday time. That period, that's 90 days, and that's pretty consistent and a good practice, and it balances going too quickly and also, giving people enough time to really put together their best thinking on a particular parcel or building. We will do walkthroughs for folks once we've received their expressions of interest. We'll start calendaring walkthroughs. We've done this previously so that entities, organizations, individuals can come kick the tires, if you will, and see the facility in an organized manner. In order for us to consider an expression of interest, it must include, at a minimum, the following items that you see here. This will be on our website, and I will be happy to answer questions, make sure that people understand all of this. But we're looking to hear who will ultimately be possessing the entity. We don't want, there are times where lawyers contact us, brokers contact us. We want to know who the end user is. And so we want full transparency on that. We want a history and overview of the organization or company or entity that's engaging us, their stated proposed use of the building or the real estate, their financial terms, and we're asking basically to set it up as best offer, because we have some leeway relative to the way that we will select and bid things. So we want to make sure that people are giving us their best offer, not looking at this as a negotiation process, but starting with their best and final, if you will. If a lease, we're looking for them to be clear about the duration of the term that they're seeking and the amount of the capital investment that they're willing to make in the building. We'll be looking for current financial statements, which could include profit or loss or whatever they use for their current accounting. We'll be looking for historical financial statements, whether those are tax returns, audited financial statements for the prior 3 years, so we can actually see that the entity is capable of performing. And we'll want to see active articles of incorporation and filings to include a list of corporate officials and the board of director membership of any nonprofits or other organizations such as similarly constituted, so that we are certain again of who we're dealing with. So then once we have those expressions of interest for sale, we will start the appraisal process on each one of these parcels and properties that are being listed for sale. Upon the conclusion of the period designated, no further expressions of interest will be received unless we get to 13 December and we don't have any takers for one of the properties, in which case we may say, well, another 2 weeks or another month on this particular property, just because we had no interest, just to make sure somebody didn't miss something. That would be the only instance. So otherwise, if we've got one or more expression of interest in by 13 December on a property, we'll consider that we've done our due diligence to that point. And so at the end of that phase, so this gives us 13 December, those things come in. That gives us a month basically to process all of the expressions of interest that we've received, and then come back to the board in January. The second meeting in January right now is what we're targeting for an update on that phase and where we are and what recommendations would be for next steps. So the properties that we would be looking to declare surplus for sale for this year is a portion of Piedmont IB. It's a parking lot directly adjacent. This is Intermezzo Restaurant, and then another lot directly behind where the trees are. So there's two areas there that have been orphaned from Piedmont IB. One is actually leased for parking by Intermezzo currently. We have two entities that have already sent us offers, if you will. So we would take that, solicit any others, knowing what we have, and we would again look to this one to be upset bid and statutory disposal, depending on the other outcomes. But there's nothing here noteworthy besides some asphalt here. We're looking to declare surplus for sale the Wilmore facility. We are not able to operate and maintain that thing, and there is not currently any plan for an investment in that building right now. So given that, we would look to offer the 428 West Boulevard, which is a little bit more than 3 acres in total. We have received a preliminary offer from a representative of a firm, going back to my point that we want to know who we're dealing with, at $13.5 million. So we would suss that out. I know that won't be the only offer. I don't know whether that will be the highest offer, but that is what we have on the table right now. We are talking about declaring for surplus for sale a portion of the Smith Middle School site, so the area that's actually occupied by the former Smith Middle, Smith Junior High building. It's about 8 to 8.5 acres, depending on where the lines are drawn. We would make demolition of the building a condition of the sale. Whether we would demolish it or the buyer would demolish it remains to be seen, but the building will not trade. So that will be part of the negotiation and something we would look for the prospective buyer to tell us whether it was something that they were making an offer with the land being cleared, or they were taking the responsibility to demolish the building. So going to lease for the 2021-2022 school year, Plaza Road, that facility has been leased. The tenant is reaching the end of the initial term there. We would not renew that lease, so we've got interest already from multiple parties about leasing the property, and some of the entities are interested in keeping the current tenant on as a sub. So there are a couple of paths forward there for that tenant, but we need somebody who can operate and maintain that building fully. So we would be going out to lease for that. And the Lakeview site, there is not only the former elementary school, but there's a pre-K building that was ground leased at that site, and the entity that operated the pre-kindergarten, we have been told, is dissolving. And so at that point, that property would revert to us as well, and we have no budget to operate that building, no plans to operate that building. It's basically a modular that's sitting in the parking lot of the former Lakeview building. So we would again look for an entity or entities to operate one or both of those buildings in conjunction on that site. It is a site that we do think long-term makes sense for a relief school. So trying to maintain the site is important to us. And then we are looking for a couple of parcels to be declared available for either sale or lease. So we would entertain expressions of interest on both of these. There's a portion of the old Freedom driving range. There are about 50 acres over there. This was something that was used for driver's ed when I was in high school. You went here before you went out on the road, or you went out to Piney Grove, believe it or not. And so there was asphalt out here and a mobile with a control tower sort of thing where they ran kids through the paces over there, put out on the street. We have laid out the replacement for Allenbrook Elementary School on this site, because this is where it would go. We don't have enough room on Allenbrook to replace Allenbrook. And we know that, out of those 50 acres, we have about 20 or so that we believe could be made available to use by others that would have no long-term use for us. The other needs that we have in the area, we're certain we can replace Wilson on site. We're certain we know what we're doing with Allenbrook, so we're comfortable with putting a portion of this back on the tax rolls. And then the former Collinswood site, if we do sell the building, much like Smith, the condition would be that the building comes down. If this trades, we would want demolition to happen. If somebody wants to lease to make the capital investment to operate in the building, we'll entertain that. We would prefer to divest, but maintaining that asset for a period of time is not the worst outcome either. So the action items we have before you tonight are to endorse our updated approach to disposal by lease or sale, and then approve the declarations of the properties as surplus for sale, lease, or either per this presentation. And then the next steps would be we will publish the properties that have been declared surplus for sale or lease or either, initiate the inspection period and expressions of interest phase immediately, accomplish those appraisals where appropriate, right? We're not going to appraise something that we said was just for lease. We're not going to spend the dollars to do that. and then return to the board. Hopefully, nothing else is more pressing relative to, our environmental factors and the rest of the world, so we can get back here on January 2022 for a process and property update. And with that, I will take questions and comments.
Ms. Sawyer and Dr. Jones.
Do you have a summary?
Turn on your mic.
Do you have a summary slide of all the properties that you're looking, because they went by and I'm not sure I caught them all.
Sure. So
okay.
Yeah, no, I apologize. We don't have a summary slide. We have a summation, but we do not have a summary slide because we were trying to deal with things in tranches. But again, we're switching. What we're recommending is J.T. Williams and Morgan to surplus for sale. And then for sale, we would be looking at the parking lot at Piedmont at Intermezzo, basically, Wilmore facility, a portion of Smith, and then leasing Plaza Road and the properties at Lakeview, and then leasing or selling the old Freedom Driving Range and the former Collinswood site.
Okay. Two of those properties are designated as local historic landmarks. I would like to see if we can build in preservation covenants for both of those sites. That would be both Wilmore and Morgan.
Absolutely, and that's a good point. So we would be getting the appraisals for those two facilities because of their historic involvement, not just as highest and best use, although make no mistake, we will be getting a highest and best use appraisal, so we know what it could be if we were to sell the property without the building or anything else encumbering it, and another one with those preservation covenants, just so that the board understands the delta between those two numbers. And, it may not be very big, but we do need to understand both of those factors as we're making our final determination on which way we're going to go. But we absolutely would intend, especially in the instance of Morgan, to make sure the preservation is a factor. Wilmore, I think we're going to have a harder conversation about, just because of quite frankly, the condition. So it's bad.
Could you go back to the slide of what's expected of folks to submit? And is that what they submit by that December? And this is for all the properties in this clump.
Yes.
Are any interested parties need to submit these following things by December?
By the middle of December 13th, we want it to be 90 days. We're trying to be quick, but also not so fast that it takes too long to move things forward.
Okay, thank you.
Before I go to you, Dr. Jones, I just want to clarify one more thing, and that's about the J.T. Williams slide.
Yes.
If you could just go back to that. And I just don't want J.T. Williams parents and teachers to read this and think that their school's being sold.
Right. No, absolutely not. We are not harming anything that anyone would actually recognize as belonging to J.T. Williams. It's actually across from a right-of-way for a stub street. You would not even know. It's not contiguous to the campus, so you wouldn't even know it was part of J.T. Williams. It's hard against the interstate, and really about the only thing it's suitable for is a billboard, which is what these folks are proposing. And because they have to get an I zoning for this, it just makes no sense for us to continue to operate and own this parcel. So divesting it, allowing them to do what they need to do, the billboard going on there, it's not going to harm J.T. Williams in any way, has no impact. We've already looked at it through the lens of the capital project. So good catch there. Thank you for
Thank you. I just wanted you to clarify that before the emails started pouring in. Dr. Jones?
Well, I declare, you touched on the J.T. Williams question I had, and Ms. Sawyer, the Morgan School one, so my questions have been answered.
Well, all right. Ms. De La Hara, and then Ms. Shipp.
So on this slide right here, we have surplus for sale for both the J.T. Williams School and the Morgan. I'm sorry?
Not the school.
Not the school,
not
I'm
the whole
sorry.
school,
Yes,
right.
what you just described, I'm sorry to further confuse the public. And then the Morgan school below being declared surplus for sale. But then Ms. Sawyer just mentioned about intent to put covenants, on the property. So wouldn't that be then a possible declare surplus for preservation sale? Because we discussed that before, like a preservation for sale. So it's not just surplus for sale.
So
Correct?
it's still for sale, but it's subject to certain conditions. So it's simply conditioning the sale. There's no specific classification of sale for preservation. We have the ability to do private negotiations for the purposes of preservation, but that's a disposal methodology, not a declaration. So we're simply saying we're moving it from the lease.
So there's nothing in the statute that gives that as a particular option?
It is an option, but it's one of several options, but we're not declaring the option by which we're disposing of a property. We're simply shifting it from making it available to others for lease to selling it. And then we will, as we move through this process, identify the path forward for the ultimate disposal of these, or not at all, which I think is another important point to make. There's absolutely nothing about any of this that obligates the board to do anything. So we may get to the end and everybody may say, you know what, changed our minds. We don't want to sell Wilmore, and that's fine. We're under no obligation to finalize any transaction as a result of undertaking this process. But to your point, Ms. Delhar, we're simply moving from for lease to for sale. And then the method by which that disposal happens will be outlined as we move through the process.
And so then why would we go about, what's the reasoning for going about looking at that delta or doing it in that methodology in the way that you're describing?
Well, there are, again, sort of strict statutes, and also not wanting to stray too far into the legal side of things because I'm the business guy, the fiduciary responsibility that the district has, the school board has to act in good faith relative to maintaining the ledger. I mean, you heard that earlier where we've got, $100. When we sell a piece of property, we should still have $100. So we have to understand what that delta is when we're making a decision to go from $100 to 99. We have to know that. So we do need to get the appraisal for the full value. Even if we're not intending to sell it that way, we'll get the appraisal done both ways so that we can have a conversation about the delta.
And we would do that on
We would do that. That has
property
nothing
like that.
to do, right, with any particular property. It's simply because of the fact that we have a historic nature involved here and at Wilmore that we would want to understand those things, so that we are being clear-eyed about the protections that we're putting on the property and the way that's impacting the value. Because by putting those restrictions on, we are necessarily depressing the value. So, as we talk through this, the appraisal is sort of setting the floor, if you will. And then when we go to the market, that's when we actually test the market value. So we have an appraised value, we've set a floor, nobody even meets it. That means the market's not interested in the property, and we're not going to do anything. We're going to pull it back, and we're going to wait for the market to come around and say, okay, that's actually a place that makes sense for that property to trade now. We put it out there and we say, the market value is X, the value with these covenants is X minus 1. And we have somebody who comes up and says, I can pay X and I'll do the preservation piece. Now, I'm not even looking for the discount to X minus 1. I'll pay X and I'll preserve it. So we need to understand all of that as we're moving through this process.
And then just one last question, because you said something interesting earlier about intergovernmental sale. And I understand from previous conversations that the county can offer. Can the city also come in at any time and make an offer on a building, regardless if it's declared for lease, for sale, however we have it? Is that an approach they can take?
Absolutely. And even if it's not declared, again, we did not have the Ed Center marketed for sale. We were in the building. We were in Walton Plaza, and the county called us and said, hey, we want to put this deal together. So there's nothing that stops any of the towns, the city, the county from reaching out to us on a piece of property that's not even listed. And these conversations happen all the time, although not so grandiose. It's, we need to expand our park. We'd like to put some tennis courts behind your school. So it's very simple and granular even, but those conversations happen all the time, and they're initiated by those entities because they have a need and they think our real estate can help them. Just like as we're walking through and we look for a site and we say, we need a school over here and Mecklenburg County's got a park. I mean, that's what happened with the Windsor Park. Redmond Park was exactly where we needed it to be. We were looking at avoiding some real estate. Our first call was to the county and say, hey, can we put our elementary school in your park? So those things happen all the time, regardless of, there was no for sale sign in Redmond Park. They didn't have a broker, sign for that. It was us reaching out staff to say, we've got an interest.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
I know Mr. Strain wanted to speak, but Ms. Shipp, you did too? Or I just didn't want to skip you. I thought I had you on the list.
You did. And I think Ms. Sawyer and Ms. Talahar both talked about the historic preservation piece. So I think I'm clear on that as we looked at Morgan School. But I did have a question about, did I hear about Allenbrook you were doing something with the Allenbrook from the old Freedom Drive range?
So we have studied, we're working through the capital planning process behind the curtain a lot, but that work is ongoing. And so we recognize that the replacement of Allenbrook should be a pretty high priority. I mean, the rubric's not done, so there's no finger on a scale, but we recognize the needs for that school, and we recognize that replacing that school gives us capacity as well as significant condition improvements. We cannot replace that building on its current site and meet all of the requirements that our friends at the city put on us when we permit a school or the state. So we have identified long ago the Freedom Driving Range as the site for the relocated Allenbrook, and we have actually undertaken a study to lay that out so we could understand what that looked like. And we also did a study at Wilson to make sure that we did not need to move Wilson over there. Right. So we know even with Allenbrook, we'll still have another 10 to 20 acres in addition to the 20 that we're able to surplus. So we're comfortable that there's a portion there, and it may help us if we have a developer come first and they're able to move along our lines and we say, this is where our road connection needs to be, this is how we want our driveways to behave. They may even be able to do some of that horizontal work and have, a circulation street done before we even get there. So there is some advantage to potentially moving first here and putting this back on the tax rolls.
Thank you, because that was new to hear about that.
Mr. Strain?
Thank you. Dennis, can you flip back to the J.T. Williams slide again?
Yes, sir.
So at the top of this slide, it talks about J.T. Williams. The reason I want to point this out is it's 2.86, I think, acres. So one of the things when we went through a whole lot of this a couple of years ago, there was all this surplus land, and I'm going, well, I'm a big fan of outdoor classrooms. I think that they add a tremendous amount, particularly to elementary and middle schools in terms of the opportunity to go and learn outdoors and take advantage of that space in science classes, et cetera. I've been involved in building a number of outdoor classrooms in our schools. And so I just want to make sure as we go through this, when we've got 2.86 acres, we're saying, well, it's not applicable in that case because, to your point, we can't use it. It's not accessible, right? So we've got other property that we've talked about prior where we literally had no way to access the property. So I'm not sure about this. I'm asking about this one and any others on here, which is surplus. We're declaring surplus, but there's not an opportunity to use it for things like an outdoor classroom.
And that's a great point, and that is a lens that we did take on this. And for example, at JT, we're currently in the design and planning phase for that capital project, and an outdoor classroom nestled in between the four buildings is actually part of the civil package we're evaluating right now. So I mean, we endorse that same sort of environment and trying to create those wherever we can, and we have a lot of site work to do out there, so it's a very elegant opportunity, and then it sort of nestles it in almost as a quad rather than, to your point, having it orphaned across a stub street on the other side of the campus. So
Right. Okay, so certainly not applicable in this case.
Right.
And nowhere else in this list currently would there be opportunities like that to leverage the property.
We don't believe so. Not for an operating school, no.
Yeah, I can remember having the conversation about Mint Hill Middle.
Right.
When there was lots of interest in that land, and not only were we talking about outdoor classroom space, but ultimately we're building an elementary school there, right? So, okay, thanks. And so for Morgan, so I think in your list you had, we could post surplus for lease, surplus for sale, or either. So can you talk me through obviously surplus for lease, we are declaring we want to retain the property, and we're putting it up for lease, and we're entertaining lease. Obviously for sale, we're no longer interested in retaining the property, and we're putting it up for sale. What's the either option look like with regards to this process?
So the either option is basically where we're sort of agnostic, if you will, on the final disposition, right? I mean, Collinswood is a good example. I mean, the building's failed, we replaced it. There should be no reason for human beings, and especially not our students, to be in that building for any reason. However, it's only going to appreciate over time. And if somebody else has a use for that, and they say, we'll lease it for 10 years, we'll fix it up, and it'll be, as good or better when we're done than it was the last couple of years that you had kids in it, we may say, okay, that's worth it, and we'll wait it out, and 10 years from now we'll sell it. Conversely, it's a challenge site topographically. There's a lot of water there. There's literally floodplain designed into the back part of that site. So it presents as 15 acres. You can probably build about on 9. And, based on our current requirements at AK and what we're dealing with, 17 acres isn't enough. So we have to have some really sobering conversations with our friends at the city and the North Carolina Department of Transportation about all of the requirements they're putting on us to meet, because we're in an urban environment and they don't recognize that. So we would not look to this as being a site where we would say we can put a baseline elementary school, because I can't promise that right now. It's absurd. It shouldn't be like that, but that's the world that we're living in from a regulatory environment. So, in that instance, again, somebody wants to lease it, we have it, maybe we have those fights out, we can figure out a path forward for a different school, or, 10 years from now we get it back and it's worth even more. We can sell it. Somebody wants to buy it and take the building down and put it back on the tax rolls and do something great there. Fantastic. We're okay either way. So that's the sort of mentality there. And then we'll literally just evaluate and see what the most attractive offer is going to be to us and make the decision accordingly.
So I'm glad you went to Collinswood for this, because that's one of the areas of discussion, right, around this, to say, look, what is our capital plan going to look like in 20 years? And do we want to get rid of property now that in 20 years we could be having an urban design and could take advantage of that property? And if we release that property now and sell that property now, then 20 years down the road, we're trying to figure out how we're going to get that property, as we discuss with every one of these capital projects, just about. So that's one of the challenges, I think, with regards to selling some of these properties. Now, that being said, obviously, we've got a fiduciary responsibility to not just keep them on the rolls and let buildings deteriorate and all that sort of stuff. So thus the challenge, I think, if we go back to the Morgan School, I think that is a significant challenge. We've got, you talk about, a bird in the hand and 2 in the bush. We've got a bird in the hand there. We've got a partner who wants to come in and invest in that property and start to restore that property, right, in terms of Arts Plus. And so thus the challenge there. I just wonder, if you could go to that slide, please, with J.T. Williams and the Morgan School. So we've got the lease all negotiated. Presumably we could sign in a short time frame. If that was a route that we chose to go down, all of that work is done. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so if we choose to go a different route now with this, then we're signing up to several more months. Arts Plus may or may not be there at the end of those several more months of due diligence and other activity. Presumably Arts Plus, I'm not sure I can go down that road in this forum, but I'm trying to picture what we've got in hand and what needs to be done, what responsibilities we have to the building, to the community, our fiduciary responsibilities, et cetera, when Arts Plus has committed to doing those things as you outlined with all of our leases, that those organizations with whom we lease our property have a commitment in writing to those, the upkeep and investment in those properties. So I'm trying to understand here whether the for sale or lease is the right answer for this one, given where we are. I don't know how long Arts Plus is going to wait for us to make a decision, but I also recognize that there's other offers on the table that would need to go through a due diligence process, as you outlined, which is going to take several months to get there to even consider whether we've got a buyer, right? So we heard a lot about it tonight. We all have over the last several weeks and months. Is there a reason that we wouldn't say for sale or lease the same way as we have the others and keep Arts Plus in the picture, given the fact that, again, it's a bird in the hand on this?
So I think, speaking for myself, the challenge there is it's just as hard to say we've reached this point with Arts Plus and we're going to go back through a lease or sale, so you have to resubmit your lease subject to anybody else who may want to submit your lease with, again, no guarantee of an outcome. Mm-hmm. So there's that determination piece that it's a judgment call, but part of it is just, do we say do-over, right, and then invite them back in under the terms of a do-over, which doesn't feel great, right, because relative to them, they've done what they needed to do,
what
right?
we asked them to do. Yep.
So it doesn't feel good to necessarily do that. So this sets everybody on sort of a level playing field. And the other piece was, we had been concerned about making sure that building continued to stand. And that's one of the reasons why we had leased that building, was because we were not in a position to maintain or operate it. We were not in a position to use it. If the charter school hadn't failed, it would still be in there, and we wouldn't even be having a conversation about another use. But I believe we've gotten to the point where things have matured, and we do have folks that are actually interested in stepping up and preserving the asset, which is our goal. I mean, that was our fundamental goal, because we weren't looking at it through a lens of we were ever going to put kids back into it. We were looking at it in the lens of we need to preserve this. Well, it's been empty for 3 years now, and it's time for somebody else to step up, if you will, and take on the onus of preserving that asset for the future. And it shouldn't be us, because we need to teach kids, and so everything that we're doing that's going into a building like that is being diverted away from kids. So that's my perspective.
And as it stands, Arts Plus is prepared to come in and do exactly what you said in terms of preserving that building for whatever the future use is when their lease is up.
Under the terms of a 9-year, 364-day lease. So again, not a permanent disposition, but under the terms of a lease where somebody else steps in and is the steward of that facility.
Okay.
Ms. Cheek?
Thank you. So you mentioned that a charter school had been in that particular facility, and I know we've had them in other facilities. Are there any statutes that are governing that? We haven't discussed them publicly, but I'm asking that because privately I do know there are, and I would like for the public to be aware of that.
Absolutely, and if I did not hit that hard enough, it's in here somewhere. There you go. That bottom box. North Carolina General Statute 115, Charlie 218.35. It says shall. So any one of our buildings that we're not in today, whether it's been declared surplus or not, if a charter school shows up and says we'd like to lease it, we shall lease it.
And how much do we charge them in that lease?
We charge them $0.
Okay.
Under the terms of the legislation. They're responsible for 100% of the cost to operate and maintain, but they don't pay us a rental rate.
They're also in charge of their own upfitting and anything that they would want to do.
Anything else that they would want to do. Right.
And that would stay with the building. Obviously, if there's improvements that are made to the building, that would stay with us in the event that it reverted back. So that was one of my questions. I just wanted to be clear about that because there have been some questions about properties being used by charter schools that were in our surplus. So historically, we've always leased properties that were surplus because until we could figure out the highest and best use maybe that would benefit us as a district and how we serve our students from a capital perspective or staff. And I think there's some examples of that were ongoing right now of buildings that we hung on to and they were leased and different options were used. And now with the market being what the market is, we've been able to work out some pretty nice real estate deals that benefit us as a district, which in turn benefit our students. So I say that because I do have a little trepidation about things being listed for sale. Are we letting go or potentially putting assets on the market right now that we could benefit from in the future? And so I am concerned about that. My gut is always to lease. That being said, I did support a couple years ago a long-term lease that we'd had with the Ada Jenkins Center in Davidson, and they raised the capital to purchase it. That building had continued to deteriorate and was probably, and it was also in an area that had very tight zoning, so had a lot of really limited use. So I guess that would be where I am as far as a concern of a lease versus a sale. Because I think that everybody's grandpa told them at one time they don't make more land. It's what we got, it's what we got. So I do have some concerns about that, but that would be the kind of, that's really just my comments. That's kind of where I am on that. I'm really sitting on the big fence on this recommendation because I don't like the sale part.
And it's totally valid, and I share that. I mean, we long range planning is what I do, so we're trying to look at things for the long range. But part of that is also looking at things through the reality of the current situation. And I mean, Huntersville gave us some pretty significant grace with the complex of schools that we have on 115.
Yeah.
The city of Charlotte would no way permit 2 functioning schools on the Smith site. Like, that's just not ever going to happen because of the traffic congestion. There's not an ability to widen Tyvola Road. I mean, the traffic's a thing already. So, there is no opportunity to build another school here on the Smith campus. So, divesting of that and it makes good sort of sense relative to the fiduciary and also sort of the long-term play, because we're just never going to have 2 schools operating on that site. And Collinswood, if it doesn't trade, that's fine. It'll be worth more later. If it does trade and we're able to pick up something else that we need somewhere else, then that's fine. So we really, Wilmore, I could not, in good conscience, lease that to anybody, even though, and this is another sort of important point that I want to make sure that the board and the public hear, everything we do is as is, where is. We're not making any representations or warranties. I'm not going to tell you this HVAC system works great. The little old lady only drove it to church every other Sunday. We're not going to have those conversations. So we expect any buyer or prospective tenant to do their own due diligence and understand that it's as is, where is. We're not making any improvements. We're not not modifying it. We're not changing it. We're not painting it. It is what it is. And therefore, I would not really be comfortable offering Wilmore for lease. I just can't see a circumstance.
Okay, and that's good. The one other thing, so I live in a part of the county where we have multiple schools on multiple, side by side on multiple roads.
Yes, you do.
It's kind of the thing up in my part of the county.
Mm-hmm.
If someone were to lease a building that has historic designation, and I realize that historic designation can devalue a property because then you're very restricted about what you can do. So if you did have a lease and they made modifications to fit their programming or the upfitting, would it still have to fall in line with historic preservation standards?
It would. Nothing that we have is on the national register. There are locally registered properties, but there are things like the facade. When the renovation of the Morgan School was done for, in Cherry, they had to get special windows made that didn't even have window screen ledges because there were no screens on windows when the building was built. So there are things that you have to do to keep with the historical character. But then beyond that, if you running the new HVAC ducts, even though, historically there was no HVAC, well, the building needs HVAC, so you run the HVAC ducts. So there are things that can be done and things that have to be done historically and appropriate manner, and things that can't be done when you're dealing with that. But that's actually something that happens through that permitting process. So again, we would be looking for the entity who is looking to take that building on subject to those preservation covenants to know that they could do what they wanted to do with that building subject to all of those restrictions, because they don't get to, if they call us back and say we can't, then we're taking the building back. It's coming back to us by reverter. They're not getting their money back, and we all go down the road.
So that would be the case with a lessee or a purchaser, right? With a building with preservation covenants on it, whether it's leased to someone or whether it is sold, they have to abide within those covenants, or the property can be reverted back to us, correct?
For the sale, absolutely. For the lease, we actually, when we negotiate leases with others as our tenants, we basically include a codicil that says we can kick you out at any time. And, we vary the notice based on their investment, the length of the term of the lease they're looking for, but we always reserve the right to, where we're leasing something, we have a situation and we need that building back, you have to go.
And they cannot do any upfitting or any work in the building that's not within the preservation covenants and guidelines.
That's correct.
That's why I just wanted to kind of clarify that, because, people may think that there's a difference if you're leasing it, that you can do different things to a building.
Ms. De La Hara?
One more quick question. In looking at this slide, for example, and thinking about Mr. Strain's comment about building in the future, and I believe you touched on, us being an urban area. Would you ever see a need for, say, this facility where we would want to demolish it and build like I don't know if high-rise is the right word, or certainly a mid-rise high school that would have a different model than the 70 acres needed for a traditional high school, just because I imagine land in general of that size is running short. And as we change the design of our facilities, would that be an option? I don't know that sitting right there on Tyvola Road is the best place for a high school, but I'm just sort of tossing that out there as and thinking to even 10 years from now, are we going to need to look to build up instead of out, and maybe not have the same sporting facilities and things like that?
Well, the building up and not out is absolutely going to be part of the conversation we have with the board around the capital plan. That's not coming 10 years from now. That's coming in the next referendum. We have to be prepared for that. But even still, any number of students here and the traffic study that we would undertake, the city would say there's no way we're permitting that on Tyvola Road. So it really just comes down to the use and having the critical mass and the transportation. Then if you tell me we're going to have high schoolers that are going to drive there and the traffic that's associated with that, there's no way to improve Tyvola Road without buying up a whole bunch of people's houses. So it's going to look like this for 100 years. And so there's not opportunities to mitigate traffic impacts here like there are in other parts of town.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you. I just, before we go to the motion, I just want to say that everything we do needs to be fair. We need to have a clear and fair process. I think we always have, but what you've done tonight by bringing this back to the public is to clarify what the process is. And I think you've, with the updated rubric, I think you've made it more clear. And so I thank you for your recommendations. Bottom line, we all have a huge obligation to do the right thing for the students of today and the students of tomorrow. You talked about long-term planning. So while honoring the community that we live in and that we're a part of. Ms. Sawyer, would you please read the motion?
I move to accept the surplus property report as presented, including the recommended changes to individual property designations as to availability for sale or lease.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
We've got a motion from Ms. Sawyer, a second from Ms. Byers-Bailey. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I think Mr. LaCaria gave an overview of what's in there. I think there are properties that I don't see that CMS has the wherewithal to maintain in communities in ways that honor the communities that they're in. We just don't have the resources to invest. And we also don't have a need for those properties. In general, the properties that we're selling are too small for any use that would be appropriate for CMS. So I support this motion.
Okay. Any further discussion or debate? All those in favor of Ms. Sawyer's motion, please let it be known by a show of hands. Any opposed? All right, that passes 7-2. Thank you, Mr. LaCaria.
Thank you.
Finally, we're going to reports, and I will turn to the superintendent for a report on the district's COVID-19 testing program.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As our Chief Human Resources Officer, Ms. Christine Peugeot, prepares to update us on Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools' participation in COVID testing programs provided by the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. I do want to just briefly mention that the program, and Ms. Peugeot will touch on this during her presentation, but these programs that she will talk about are designed to help keep our schools open for in-person instruction and to keep our community safe. I know she will also mention this, but I want to emphasize that our plan includes optional testing for students. We will provide access to testing, but in order to participate, families must opt in their students. Testing for staff will be mandatory for those who do not provide documentation that they are vaccinated. Thus, the opt-out of testing for CMS staff is to get vaccinated, which we continue to encourage everyone who is eligible to do so. With that, I'm going to toss it over to Ms. Peugeot.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, and good evening, board members. It's my pleasure this evening, if I can figure out the clicker or the mouse pad. Oh, there we go. to provide a high-level overview of the testing program. Certainly, there are a lot of details and logistics that went into the work behind the scenes in order to stand up something of this magnitude. But again, this will be a high-level overview. So our vendor, for the public to understand, is Concentric by Ginkgo Bioworks. Now, this is not a partner that CMS contracted with. We've been getting a lot of questions asking about that contract. North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services has contracted with the vendors who are providing programs throughout the state of North Carolina to school districts. We, by virtue of opting into a state testing program, are able to take advantage of this tool for our district, and it is at no cost to our district. So this is funded through funds coming from the state through this partnership with NCDHHS and the vendor partner. Our model for CMS is essentially comprised of two parts. We will have pooled surveillance testing of unvaccinated staff on a weekly basis. What that looks like essentially is that vendor staff, so Ginkgo staff, would be coming into our school buildings and our work sites with nursing staff and facilitating adults in the building who are unvaccinated doing their own tests. So the test won't be performed on an employee. The employee performs the test themselves, on themselves. It's a nose swab test. And then that pool, each person's test in a pool goes into one sample, and then that's sent off to a local lab to be tested. If there's a positive identified in any of those pools that are taken, then the Ginkgo team will come back on the third day. So say the first test was on a Monday, the pool test. They would come back on a Wednesday and test everyone in any pool where there was a positive to quickly identify who tested positive for COVID. The follow-up test is a rapid test, so we would know right away, so then we can effectuate the proper quarantining protocols. The second component would be an opt-in process for students, and it's diagnostic testing. So we would make available to all students who opt in the ability to take a diagnostic test, either because they are symptomatic and want to essentially rule out COVID, or if for whatever reason they were quarantined, say they were a close contact, they were not wearing a mask at the time, and they had to quarantine for a certain amount of days. They can have access to this test, get tested. If they test negative, they can come back to school in person earlier than the length of time they typically would have to stay out on quarantine. So we felt that this was a very meaningful, tangible benefit that we could offer all of our students district-wide. This is something that CMS staff would be responsible for facilitating using the vendor's reporting system. Students, again, would self-swab. It does not involve someone doing a test on a student. Rather, staff would help students facilitate their own tests on themselves. The samples, again, get shipped out to a lab. And again, the consent forms are required. They're going to be available in multiple languages, and they can be accessed digitally. Our timeline summary, essentially high level, and we'll have a detailed timeline at the end of the slide presentation tonight, is phase-in testing of unvaccinated staff, beginning with elementary schools the week of 9/27, so coming up here shortly. Student access to diagnostic testing, we have an anticipated launch date of mid-October, so October 11th. And there's some logistics involved in that to make sure that we're prepared to offer that district-wide for students. So some implications and considerations. CMS staff capacity is big because we are a very large district. In order to stand up a program of this size, actually, I think I skipped one. Sorry about that. So in order to facilitate this program, we need to understand who of our staff are vaccinated and who are not. So we have engaged our partner Qualtrics. This is a relationship between CMS and Qualtrics. Qualtrics was the same vendor that provided our symptom screening tool that we had used last school year. The funds for this program are going to be coming out of the American Rescue Plan funding, so we would be approved to use that funding for this purpose. The model looks as follows. So all staff will receive an email with a link to answer questions about their vaccine status. So that's going to be a mass distributed email to all CMS employees. Employees can also access the questions using a QR code, and then they would put in their unique credentials in order to answer the questions. And that's important because when we initially roll this out, we're certainly going to we have a tight turnaround, and we're going to ask that all employees fill this out within a quick period of time. However, we understand, and part of the reason that we're doing this is to also incentivize and encourage our employees to get vaccinated. So this will be an ongoing process where employees will be able to go in and mark if they've been vaccinated since the initiation of the program. Vaccinated staff will be asked to upload pictures of the vaccine card to confirm that they're vaccinated. So we have a team of individuals at the district who are going to be verifying the credentials that are submitted. It's very easy to do. So we've tested it. It can be done from a mobile device. In fact, it's easier to do from a cell phone. But people can also take the option of scanning the cards, emailing it to themselves, and using their computers. Administrators and authorized personnel at each site will have access to a dashboard. This way, this will be streamlined at the ground level for school-based administrators and worksite administrators to quickly understand and determine which one of their staff are vaccinated and who are not, so that they can establish pools for the testing. And again, unvaccinated staff will be required to participate in weekly pooled testing. So back to the considerations. CMS staff capacity is one of them, really capacity across the board, but let's talk about CMS first. We have taken steps to insert additional staff to be able to support our COVID-19 response protocols. The first being having 6 regional support coordinators that can really be on the ground in the regions, assisting by answering questions, assisting with contact tracing, and assisting with matters related to the testing program, vaccine attestation, you name it. They are in the process of being hired now. They will actually be CMS employees funded using ARP funding. We are also seeking additional nurse extenders, and we are very fortunate for the partnership that we have with Mecklenburg County Health. We have been meeting with them regularly and very successfully. By virtue of our district opting into the state testing program, our district has been allotted $16 million in funding for additional staffing support. Now, this staffing support must be provided by our county health partner because they are the partner that employs our school nurses. So we don't employ our school nurses, the county does. So this would be similar to that. So the county has worked with us to identify staff. They are actually called unlicensed assistant personnel, UAPs, so that we can have a UAP at every school site, a minimum of 1 UAP at every school site, to be able to assist with contact tracing and supporting the testing program, particularly the side of the testing program that involves the diagnostic testing of students. I didn't go into length about the diagnostic testing, but essentially in order for us to facilitate that, we have to order supplies that get shipped out to every school. They're probably similar to what you would call a home test kit, but they come with a box, pre-shipping label, all the materials that we need to conduct the test. So these UAPs can help us greatly in facilitating that process and making sure the samples are shipped out timely and that we keep track of that, that record. Let's see here. Another concern that we have is lab capacity. It's no question that more people are getting tested in the community. Also, with the recent directive by the president, we can anticipate that more employers across our region, those that are 100 or more, with 100 or more employees, are going to also now be participating in testing. So this certainly places increased demand upon the labs. That type of capacity concern could result in delays with our program. So for example, testing timeframes could expand and we get the results back longer than when we had anticipated getting them in the first place. Vendor capacity. The vendor is currently in the process of hiring teams to support our pooled testing, because again, that is going to be Ginkgo staff who are coming on site to be able to support the testing of the unvaccinated staff in the buildings. We also need to think and review carefully our relationship with contractors and whether or not we can include them in our testing program. When I say contracted employees, those are employees that do not work for CMS, so we don't have direct control over their work, and such that we don't have that employer-employee relationship. So we have to have discussions with those providers to see if we can include that going forward. And then finally, last but certainly not least, staff and culture considerations. We understand that this is different. I mean, this is a big change. Never before have our employees been expected to participate in something along these lines. So we understand that and are very cognizant of that, and are going to do what we can to support by way of answering questions as to the why, helping make the process as streamlined as it can be. And that concludes, well, let me go to the timeline. There we go. There's a lot on this slide. But essentially, we've highlighted some of the areas that are key dates. So week of 9/20, we expect to launch the employee attestation. We are initially going to provide 3 days, so that's a very quick turnaround time. And the reason why we are asking for such a quick turnaround time is in order to launch that testing the week of 9/27, that small team of people that I referred to is going to have to go through upwards of 8,000 to 9,000 potentially verifications just in a matter of days in order to make sure that we get the dashboards up and running for school-based staff. Now, we're hoping that we can prioritize looking at elementary staff first as we process those attestations. But again, there's a lot of work to be done in the background in order to make this happen. And many kudos to the team. I don't know if they're watching at this hour, but they are working around the clock to be able to make this happen. Week of 9/27, launch the testing program for unvaccinated staff at roughly half of our elementary schools. That's why we talk about capacity earlier on. We're not in a situation where we can just launch this district-wide on the first day. We're just too big for that, and we need to make sure that we have enough staff in order to do the program with fidelity. So that means week of 10/4, we're going to expand the testing to the remaining elementary schools. And then you can see the other work that's being done to gear up for what's coming next in the timeline. So fast forward to week of 10/11, we expand testing into middle and K-8 schools. And then that is the same week that we are targeting to launch diagnostic testing of students. Again, that's an opt-in based on consent forms. It will require a consent form. And then if you go down to the bottom of the page, it shows how we continue, and we'll be able to wrap up with high schools the week of 10/25. So the good news is we can get through this, all of the school locations, by the end of October. We do have to also make sure that we capture our transportation staff, our itinerant staff. Really, the priority is to focus on student-facing staff first. So that's why the last bullet, or the second to last bullet here, talks about non-student-facing central office staff are essentially going to be the last phase after all of those student-facing staff are incorporated. And again, the asterisk is just to say that the ramp up for diagnostic testing, we are working towards that rapidly, but it is going to be heavily driven by the timeline that it takes to get those UAPs in place at the schools to be able to fully support the program. So even if we do launch on 10/11 and make those kits available, it may not be to the extent that we'd like to see it available or even on a daily basis until we can get that support staff inserted to have the program up and running full-fledged. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, and thank you. I hope your hardworking team is not watching this. I hope they're sound asleep right now. I hope we can get you home soon too. Ms. De La Hara, Ms. Sawyer, Ms. Marshall, Ms. Cheek.
I'll try to be quick.
I hope I'm not biased against you guys. My head went that way first.
So we're working with Ginkgo, and I'm just wondering, how is their hiring coming along? Because I know they were also having to hire to be able to go out to the schools. Are we getting good information back about where they are?
Yeah, we don't have a lot of specific information, except they have reiterated that they are confident based on this model and carving out the elementary schools over 2 weeks that they can support the staffing. As of a couple of weeks ago, they had already begun the process of hiring staff, and now it's incumbent upon us to share the rest of our details in terms of which schools are going to be first so they can make sure that they schedule and set their routes accordingly. So we've been in communication with them daily, and as of today, things are looking good, and they did not express any hesitation in terms of this timeline.
You mentioned the concern about the lab capacity. And I guess what is plan B if we discover that the labs are overwhelmed? I mean, will we pause the program because they just can't keep up with capacity?
I mean, potentially. I think that would probably be one of the most drastic measures. I think more commonly what would happen is that we'll start to see a delay in getting the test results back. So it's just that we're not going to see the expediency that we would like in order to then, effectuate the necessary quarantining protocols if there are positives. So I think it's more of a, this is taking a little bit longer than we thought rather than ultimately having to pause. But I mean, I wish we had that forecast. I don't know. That could potentially be something that we're looking at in the future.
Yeah, it's just the downside of that is then if we find out, that they're delayed 3 days and there was a positive, child in the room, then I'm just worried about how that's going to play out, as, somehow our failure, to not notify properly when it may have just been the delay. So I'm just sort of saying that out loud because we want to make sure our communication around what is the issue and there might be delays and be clear to the public so that doesn't get sort of misrepresented. Sorry, my thing turned off. I just a quick comment about the diagnostic piece. I'm really excited. I mean, I know that's coming later, but just as sort of a public service, announcement also, that actually happened to me with my son, where he had some cold-like symptoms over the weekend, and because he's 15 and vaccinated, honestly, and it was very mild in my head, I wasn't even thinking over the weekend he was okay. And then I sat there on a Sunday night and thought, I can't send him to school tomorrow morning. There's no way I could do that. And so I took him to get a rapid test, but it occurred to me in that moment, I mean, how fortunate I was to be able to do that at 8 o'clock in the morning, not do anything else, and take him to get that test. And then it was confirmed he was negative and I could send him. But just the sort of burden, if you will, that will put on all families to have to make that choice. And hopefully most, all families would be able to do that, but it's difficult to find a place. And so I'm just saying that I'm glad that we're going to try to move in that direction because I think that will be very convenient, for families to know if they're, a child does have a cold or some symptom that the diagnostic testing would be available there on site. And so I'm very grateful for that. I think that's going to keep us all safer because it's a lot. It's a lot for families, students, for everyone to have to do that. But they should. We all should do that. And then lastly, just a quick question. Have we identified what a consequence is for an unvaccinated staff member who just says, I'm not going to fill out the attestation? How is that going to be handled? I just want to make sure we're thinking through and, how we're going to, I don't think that would be many, but I just don't want us to be naive and to think that we may have some particular employees who just refuse to participate.
Yeah, well, we would hope that could be handled at the site level first through a conversation, right, with the supervisor and the employee. I mean, repeated failures to adhere to these policies would result in being, considered an employee relations issues, and then that would be handled appropriately. And an employee, penalties for that could be all the way up through termination. So this is a mandate. This is an expectation that our employees follow. But again, it's also incumbent upon us to make employees feel comfortable and do what we can to answer their questions and help them understand it and to understand that we're doing this to keep students and staff as safe as possible and healthy as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see, I've got Ms. Sawyer, then Ms. Marshall, then Ms. Cheek.
A couple questions. Just to clarify, when you say elementary schools identify test pools, that's just staff. That's not students.
Yes, that's correct.
So all the testing through the first 4 boxes there are all CMS staff members.
Yes.
And the student testing piece doesn't come until there is no screening testing for students, just diagnostic. How would this? I'm a little concerned. I don't want parents to think, well, my kid's not feeling well, I'll send him to school and he'll be tested. That's not what we're trying to have happen here.
That's right. And I mean, in fact, if a child is sick, if a staff member is sick, if a student is sick, they should stay home. And so in the event that a child is at school and begins to develop symptoms, and let's say we already have a consent form on file, then we would have the ability to help that child self-administer a test, and then the parents would get that result within 24 to 48 hours. But that child or the family would still be expected to come and pick up the child who is not feeling well at school.
Right. So parents shouldn't put a kid not feeling well on the bus thinking, well, they'll be tested at school.
That's right. So, that should not happen.
But if I'm a parent and my kid wakes up not feeling well, could I at this point come to the school to have my child tested, even if I didn't put them on the bus, just to come specifically to be tested? Would that be considered part of the protocol?
I think that's something that we should consider. We're not that far through into the logistics, but certainly that's something that we want to make available, because the whole intent was to provide access to all of our CMS community to get these tests and have them readily available to them. And we've even heard from some principals that they've heard from their families that they didn't know where to go to take a test, or they couldn't get in to take a test. Right. So yes, we would think that that would be a benefit for us to be able to offer if we can.
Yeah, I just don't want parents thinking, oh, they'll get tested at school, no problem, send them.
No.
Yeah, okay, I'm so glad we're doing this, and I'm grateful that we have the $16 million from COVID funds through the county to support this, and can't happen fast enough, so wonderful, thank you.
Ms. Marshall and then Ms. Cheek.
I know that I've started hearing from some concerned staff about, certainly this is a quick turnaround, and we understand that. And I think you've said we're trying to implement this, and it's a big thing, and it's a new thing, and we're all going to work together. So let's just put our best foot forward in that. But I know I've heard some concerns from folks about privacy in terms of the data being collected, and then what might happen at a school site. So can you address those things?
Yeah, absolutely. We're certainly going to streamline the system so that only those who are on a need-to-know basis would, for example, with who's vaccinated and who's unvaccinated. Certainly we have to have personnel at the school site to know that, so that those pools can be established and that we can know who to potentially pull out of a pool if they've been vaccinated. So that dashboard is private. It's not for public consumption with names to show somebody's health status. We don't ask questions. So if someone is not vaccinated, we're going to be reiterating with our supervisors that it's not appropriate to ask, for example, an employee why they're not vaccinated. We simply need to just identify whether they are vaccinated or they're not vaccinated. And really it ends at that. So it's going to be handled very discreetly as possible. That's not to say that people aren't going to observe and see what's happening. But again, we're not going to push employees or try to pull out more information. It's simply in order to help facilitate this test. This is not a vaccine mandate by any means. I know that there had been some concerns about that. Employees, essentially, we understand and are cognizant of the fact that there are employees that have exemptions from having to get the vaccine, but for the most part, many of our employees have a choice. They can choose to get vaccinated, or they can choose to submit to the weekly testing. So that's essentially how it's going to work.
In terms of the cards being uploaded and that sort of thing that are going to happen in the next few days, that data, let's talk about the security of that data as well.
Yeah, so that's stored through the system, through the vendor, which has, I'm certainly not the techie person, but they are required to keep that information safe on a server that's secure. So we have a small team, mostly made up of HR folks who are already used to working with benefits and leaves and understand the nature of confidentiality, who are just reviewing to make sure that the cards are accurate. And essentially what we're reviewing is that somebody just either did not submit a documentation or they submitted a document that's just not acceptable. So we've worked closely with County Health to understand what all of the different cards look like, and that's the level of verification that's being handled.
And I wanted to address too, I will say that folks have said this happened so suddenly. But we've been talking about testing since January. I'm chair of the Intergovernmental Relations Committee, and on our legislative agenda, we pushed for testing. So this is something that we have wanted for a long time to keep our students and our staff safe. And testing has sort of evolved over the past 9 months in terms of what people are looking for, what capacities are there. So, you know, I wish I could have given you all the big crystal ball picture in January. I could not. But we also have been, have gotten some bad press that we didn't have this ready fast enough. So, you know, again, a third of the people want it one way, a third of the people want it the other, a third of the people are right in the middle going, okay, well, let's get moving. So I'm of the opinion that let's get moving. I'm supportive of this. I'm thrilled about the diagnostic ability in schools. I think this is a great thing, and I just really hope that parents look at this as a help to them, a help to their community, a help to their students, a help to their school, and really a time saver. So that's what this is about, and I think that until everybody has an opportunity to get vaccinated in terms of our elementary students, this is the place to start. This is the highest risk. I wish, frankly, we could test everybody every week, but we do not have the capacity to do that. So we're going to have to go to where the highest risk is. And I think the broad swath of people in the community would agree with that. But I understand and I appreciate our employees working with us because I know this is big and it is different. But we'll start slow and ramp from there. Thank you.
Ms. Cheek.
Thank you. So a year ago, I was moving my child back out of the dorm at Chapel Hill because they went to college at Chapel Hill with no testing, no nothing. They just showed up and a lot of kids got COVID. A lot of people know that I've been a fan of that other school right down the road from Chapel Hill called Duke, and Duke had mandatory testing for all kids, and they stayed on campus all semester, whereas Chapel Hill sent the kids home. So fast forward this year. Mandatory testing is ongoing at University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, unless you're vaccinated. Twice weekly for students that live on campus, once a week for everybody else, including all the staff, all the support staff, all the ladies and gentlemen that work keeping the buildings up and providing all the food and all that. So this is not something that is not being done in other entities, in other education entities in North Carolina. And I don't know how much you're communicating with the HR people at some of those large educational institutions, but they're doing this kind of asymptomatic, unvaccinated testing at most of the universities in North Carolina, the state colleges, what I understand. So are you guys kind of talking with them to get the ideas from them of what has been a problem, what has worked, what, troubleshoot with them at all in advance?
So most of our discussions have been with Mecklenburg County Public Health because they, even though county health employees are required to be vaccinated, the county employees at large are also going through a similar testing program. So in terms of what works, what doesn't work. And frankly, it's been so quick, the ramp up time for this. So certainly we want to continue to reach out to our partners in the community to find out about that. And it's interesting, Ms. Marshall, you alluded to the fact, or you remarked that this is changing. This has been at rapid pace. And even with President Biden's recent directive to OSHA, all of this will end up being a requirement for us regardless. So it really is something that we're not only seeing at the local level, but we've already seen it at our own state level, and now we're seeing it nationwide.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of the questions came up that all we're doing is trying to force unvaccinated people to be vaccinated, and now we're outing them, and all their fellow employees will know because they'll be the ones lining up with their test kits. I know that you guys are working on messaging and how to communicate that in the best way possible. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that that's not the purpose of this is to make sure that we are trying to keep kids in school.
Right, and I have seen a lot of those questions floating around about why not everyone, why not just unvaccinated, and really I broke that up into 4 different reasons, right? So unvaccinated are more likely to become infected. Unvaccinated are more likely to experience symptoms and therefore more likely to transmit the virus. Unvaccinated are more likely to develop severe illness and then ultimately hospitalization and unfortunately death. And then really, last but not least, our own county health director has recommended specifically that we test unvaccinated staff. So this is squarely aligned with our experts' recommendations from the county in terms of how we're proceeding with this testing program.
I'm glad that you're phasing it in. My biggest concern would be, having a 5-day delay on test results, because then it's pretty much useless. So I'll be very curious to see how things go. I'm going to use this little moment to please ask parents, if your child has never had fall allergies and they're having allergy symptoms right now, let's not call it fall allergies if they've never had allergies. Let's just try to be mindful of when you're going to school, when you're sending your kids to school, when you're not. I had a teacher that posted that. She's actually a teacher in Rowan County. And she said, if your kid has never had allergies and you're telling me that you sent him to school today with just an allergy, you just sent your kid to school possibly to infect me with COVID. So I just want people to be mindful of that. There is a lot of transmission going on right now. The rate of hospitalization, not for children, but for all, citizens in North Carolina is as high right now as it was at its peak in January. And the hospital resources are much different than they were in January. They're much less. Staffing is very bad right now. Staffing is bad. A lot of nurses have left local hospitals because they can make $100 an hour literally to go to work in Texas on a COVID unit for short-term assignment. So it's just a really rough time. So I'm hopeful for this. I think that it's a good thing. Have you guys discussed will there be any parameters or any time that you would say we're going to end the testing program because community infection rates are so low, or that kind of thing? I mean, has that been discussed? I guess an end. I always like to know, is there a plan for what's, when things change?
So the highest level answer to that, I think, is we're going to continue to follow the guidance. So the district response team is going to continue to meet with county health officials. It remains to be seen what's going to happen with the directive as well. So if we have a directive that comes through OSHA, via OSHA regulation, we're going to have to comply. And so depending upon what expiration date might be set forth in those rules, that remains to be seen. So I think this is still a very fluid situation that we're going to continue to have to watch closely. And I don't even think that we have enough facts at this point to be able to establish an end time for the testing program.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Strain and then Ms. Shipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like to try to start with the end game in mind. And the end game for this, I think, is defining the objective. I think the objective is to reduce in-school transmission. And so we've got 3 tools. We have vaccines, we have masks, and we have testing. So with regards to testing, as Ms. Marshall said, we've been talking about this for 9 months. I remember having early conversations with this particular company about their program. And at the time, it was probably very early in the vaccination program. So it was still very difficult to get vaccines at that point for the general public. Now they're readily available, which changes a bit. Right, so now you've got readily available vaccines. You've got, at least in our district, due to due to our action and the action of the local public health board, masking. And so, with regards to reducing in-school transmission, one of the things that I've been trying to wrap my head around is, yes. Certainly the vaccines reduce the likelihood of contraction of the disease. They reduce the likelihood of serious illness, which isn't really part of this conversation. because this isn't about illness, it's about identifying an infected individual, and it reduces the transmission rate. So that's what the vaccine does. But vaccinated individuals are still contracting the disease and are still transmitting the disease. So my question, very long-winded question, is why not test the vaccinated individuals as well? Because we're seeing transmission. If the objective is to identify sources of transmission and pull them out of the population because the masking is not sufficient to reduce the likelihood of transmission, right? That's why we're testing and masking and vaccinating. Then what's the difference? Why target only the unvaccinated when we know that we're seeing transmission of vaccinated individuals as well? If the objective is identify infected individuals and pull them out of the population to reduce the in-school transmission.
So the simple answer is to prioritize the areas that are the highest risk, and that would be among unvaccinated individuals. Certainly there are people who have tested positive even though they've been vaccinated, yet those individuals, when compared with the unvaccinated population, and Ms. Adamian, you can jump in or correct me if I'm wrong here, have a higher rate of transmission, just because there could be, there's probably more evidence of symptoms or more severe symptoms, and the way even in which the virus is spread through respiratory droplets, it's much more of a chance or highly probable chance that someone who is unvaccinated would transmit that virus to others. And then when you think about capacity, you think of our size, and then you even scale that to our whole community. It is important for us to think about things like lab capacity and other things when we implement a program of this scale.
So I think symptomatic we can take off the table because we're hoping and praying that we're not having symptomatic, particularly staff, coming to work, right? So we said, okay, symptomatic, unvax or vax, please stay home. And then you get to asymptomatic, and I'm not sure there is a tremendous amount of difference between the asymptomatic spread of vax versus unvaxxed. And when we're doing pool testing, there's not a big difference in terms of the test capacity either, because we're doing the pool testing. So if all the sixth grade teachers, all the teachers in the sixth grade hall swab and throw their swabs in a bag for testing or in a test kit for a pool test, then I'm not sure it makes a whole lot of difference in terms of whether that includes the vaxxed or unvaxxed. I'm trying to ascertain, given the end objective, which is let's identify who is currently carriers of the disease, why would we distinguish between them, given the fact that we know they're pretty much asymptomatic, because symptomatic we wouldn't want in the school anyway, and we know that there's a risk, presumably a fair risk, of even vaccinated individuals being asymptomatic carriers. The big advantage of being vaccinated is you reduce your personal risk. Now, you do reduce the chance of getting it and the chance of transmitting it as well, but I'm just wondering what that differential looks like as to why we would just target the unvaccinated and not go ahead and target with our pool testing all of our staff.
So respectfully, it's really the same answer. We're not intending to capture every single positive. We're not setting out to say that this is going to be the be all end all. It's one tool in the toolkit, and one that we can reasonably be able to implement effectively by targeting, I don't even want to say targeting, by concentrating on our unvaccinated staff, because they are at a higher risk for transmitting the disease. I mean, it really is as simple as that. And it's also based on the guidance that our health experts are sharing. Now, we don't have our licensed health experts with us here tonight to be able to have further dialogue on that, but that is the guidance that we have received from them. That is the same thing that our county employees at large, again, not the county public health department, but the county employees are doing. They're testing unvaccinated staff. That is the same guidance that's come out at the federal level. That's the same guidance, I believe, that's come out at the CDC. And every independent authority or widely recognized authorities, such as the ones that I've named. So I'll let Ms. Adamian add to that, please.
I think the only other thing I was going to say is our intent is to increase vaccinated staff. We want more staff vaccinated. The more vaccinated individuals we have in our community, the less viral load in the community in general. So this is a step, as Ms. Peugeot said, a step. Other tools, just like you mentioned, the masking and testing are all tools in line with vaccination.
Yeah, so everyone's aware of my position on vaccinations. So I think all of our staff should be vaccinated, but that's not the primary objective of a testing program, right? So that's what I was trying to get to. The only other question I would have is that why distinguish between a vaccinated individual and somebody who had COVID last month? Because with regards to the antibody response, right, they would have the antibodies, the characteristics in terms of their likelihood of contracting the disease, having a serious illness, and also passing it on would be very similar to someone who's been vaccinated, right? And I think tons of studies say that. So from that perspective, why are we distinguishing between somebody who has had a positive PCR test in the last 6 months and somebody who has a Vax card that could be 8 months old, which it's unclear right now exactly how much protection that's worth anymore.
Yeah.
Because it wanes, right?
Correct. We are looking at the, sorry, my shoe's falling off. We're looking at those other opportunities with someone who's been tested positive within 3 months. You're absolutely right. They would not be required to quarantine, and they do have some immunity. And so there is a possibility that we could research those. We would need documentation of a positive test and provide some sort of time frame for them to be exempted from that. But right now we're still working through our process of just getting the data on the vaccination cards.
So for consistency's sake, that would be consistent with, for example, the toolkit that's driving quarantine policy and implementing a policy that recognized somebody who had a positive PCR in the last X number of months, whatever the toolkit says. That would be consistent with regards to quarantine policy and our testing policy then?
Correct.
Okay. So that's something that is being considered.
Yes, we're still looking at all the data that we need to collect.
Yeah, it's absolutely being considered, and we can understand that perspective. However, we also have to, in that consideration process, we have to understand whether or not we have the capability to automate systems that can be able to quickly ascertain when someone's time limit, so to speak, is up. So say they tested positive on a certain date and we get past that 3 months, that person would then have to go back into the unvaccinated pools. So with a district our size, it's very important for us to make sure that we have the capabilities to support that, where we're not overburdening schools and making sure that schools continue to focus on our core mission of educating students. So that's why it's a potential, it's under consideration, but we can't commit today to saying that that's something that we can apply as an exception.
Well, I would add as well that at some point, there's going to be the conversation about waning immunity from the vaccines as well. And so same thing, we're going to have to go back and say, well, what's the date on that Vax card? Does it have a booster shot? When was the full vaccination date? All that sort of stuff. So I'm not sure that this is a problem for us to solve. It's more for Ginkgo to solve. it seems, because it's their testing program that we're utilizing. And so it seems to me that this is not something we need to, this has to be solved across the entire testing program, right? Certainly at the state and even the national level in terms of this problem statement of who do you test, why do you test them, when do they come out of that pool that says, no, we're not going to test you, even though you certainly have the potential of being a carrier as well. So, thank you.
Ms. Shipp.
Yeah. I thank you for bringing this. I think, as some have mentioned before, we've been talking about this testing since last year and how important it was to have testing on site. So I think this is really good. I'm glad we're doing it now, even though, of course, we wanted it earlier. I see the need to do this. And when you talk about the end result, for me, it is keeping kids in school and ensuring that everybody is safe in the building, and especially our children. So why are we doing this? Because we need our teachers and staff, especially, to be there to teach our children. So we need them to be safe. We need to know who has COVID and who doesn't. And I also think really the end result is vaccinations, being vaccinated. And I really do. But again, this is one way maybe to get there, to, push the needle a little bit, to say at the end of the day, and it's coming all the way from the top down, is that we need to be vaccinated. And even though, we're not mandating that, I think that's where this is really should be leading, because do you want to be, when you talk about privacy and being swabbed, is that what you want to have happen every week? I mean, I've had that done. It's not a good feeling. And so I think that's really the end result, so that we know, we talk so much about this idea of our academic achievement and our children learning. Well, we need our schools to run safely and effectively in person. So I think at the end of the day, all of this is for that, is for our children at the end of the day. So that's why I think this is good. We need to do it. And I think that we can talk to staff. When you talk about staff culture, that's what they need to hear, I think, is that this is about being able to keep our children in school, for teaching and learning to take place in an environment we know we can improve student achievement. So I think that's what we have to look at, more so than, are we going to test this person, that person? And there is something to be said for antibodies, and they say go talk to your doctor about that, and if you still need the shot, even though you have antibodies. So, and I have a child that's in the medical field, so I get to hear a lot about this. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Really quick, let me just say I too am excited that we're moving forward. I see this as a very aggressive timeline. Thank you for tackling that in the midst of everything else that's going on. It is a high priority to keep be as safe as we can be. Also want to acknowledge that it was many months ago that we requested to be a testing school, and that in North Carolina, you don't just go out and do it yourself. There was a system where you had to apply to the state, and it was the week before school started that we finally got matched with the vendor. So this is a real fast turnaround time. I appreciate what you both have done to make this happen as fast as it has. Really quick, I want to bring up the lab capacity thing again. And so I know when you talk about we are concerned about capacity, I understand. I know you guys meet weekly with the county. The county health department has a real good sense of local lab testing capacity. So when we do a test, it's got to get sent to a lab. Somebody has to ascertain whether it's positive or negative and get the word back. Has there been any concern about bringing online, like once we've got all of our, if we were to have all of our students tested and all of our employees vaccinated or not, that would be close to 160,000 new tests. Has there been any concern about like shocking the labs with that new number?
Yes. So There have been lots of questions raised on the meetings that we have with the vendor and raised independently by Mecklenburg County health officials asking questions like that. Like, for example, is the vendor using local labs? Can they guarantee turnaround times? All in the vein of really expressing concern over what the county health is seeing in terms of the number of people and the number of people wanting to go out and get tested now, and the number of people who are actually getting tested. And now we expect more employers to start to also participate in the testing. So that is huge. So that is part of the reasoning why unvaccinated adults was part of that recommendation. And I certainly do not want to, and I won't speak on behalf of our county health director, but I do know from our meetings that for example, if we were to go in and just immediately test all students, that is a large pool. That certainly would put a strain on the local labs in our area. Did you have anything to add?
So it's aggressive, but phased in to be feasible for the ecosystem that we're a part of.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. And the last thing, this is more of a comment. I don't think it's a question that you can answer unless you have a really good crystal ball, which those have been lacking. I wish I could find one. But what crossed my mind when the announcement came out last week about OSHA, and pretty soon all school districts and all businesses of 100 or more are going to have to do something similar to this. I actually had like a moment of panic thinking about the staffing supply and the supply chain issues for vaccinating and testing. And if somehow school districts like ours are going to fall to the bottom of the priority list with all these businesses all over the place, you know, soaking up those resources. So I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I just have that in my mind as a possibility, just as we've seen with HVAC. You know, there's all this talk locally and at the federal government about how schools, with the president's, you know, set priorities, he wants schools to be a centerpiece of COVID mitigation, and that includes ventilation. And yet school districts like ours and all over the nation are struggling to recruit and retain HVAC staff because all the private industry is also upgrading their HVAC and they can afford to pay, you know. So anyways, I don't need to belabor that. It's just a little thing I'm worried about far down the road. Hopefully I don't have to be worried about it. There's nothing you guys can do about it. But thank you for all that you do. And thank you for being here so late. And we shall release you to get your rest so you can be ready to battle again tomorrow.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to turn to the superintendent for his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank the team again for their report. As you know, this is our first regular board meeting of the month of September, and I want to briefly mention something significant about this month. September is Hispanic Heritage Month, and I want to make sure that all in our community take time to recognize the contributions of our fellow community members of Hispanic heritage. Our staff has joined and will join members of various community partners throughout the month for activities and events celebrating the contributions of our Hispanic community. CMS Communications has developed and is sharing via various platforms content that shows support for Hispanic heritage in Charlotte and throughout Mecklenburg County. I want to thank you all who represent Hispanic heritage for what you contribute to our schools and our community. The last topic that I want to talk about is school safety. We are pleased to have started this school year in person and to have seen our schools so far operate overwhelmingly with success. But we must acknowledge some very significant and serious community challenges that have impacted a number of our schools. Gun violence must stop. Our community recently lost an innocent 3-year-old child whose life had just begun. CMS has lost students to senseless violence, and my heart breaks for those families. I want our listening audience to know that we are committed to keeping our schools safe places to learn. We have reinstated random safety checks in our schools. We have increased security presence at schools where such presence has been needed. And we are working with local law enforcement. We also are discussing intervention programs with members of the community, and soon we'll share details of these programs we believe will help stop acts of violence before they occur. CMS will do everything possible to protect students and staff during the time they are in our care. And we call on everyone in the community to seek ways to be a part of the solution. One more shooting at a house, at a mall, or anywhere is one too many. And I issue the same challenge to everyone in this area that I do to our students and staff. If you see something, if you hear something, say something, because that action may end up saving lives. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Superintendent. At this time, I will recognize any board member who wishes to make a report. Dr. Jones?
Yes. I'd like to recognize a person who has been very important to us as board members. She is stepping down from her position as board administrator, but lucky for us, she is not leaving the CMS family. Nicole Kelly, our board administrator, has served 9 diverse board members in an extraordinary manner. She recognized right off, for example, my deficit in technology and graciously make sure that I'm set up all the time. So, and importantly too, with the many calls from constituents, she has been a closer. She has been a person that relates to constituents, families, and makes certain that appropriate contacts are made to resolve and bring resolution to sometimes some very thorny issues and concerns. So I will selfishly miss her in this position, but I truly wish her the best in the new position, and I want to thank you, Nicole Kelly.
All right.
Okay, my turn.
Ms. Cheek and then Ms. De La Hara.
We've had a rocky beginning of our school year. We're still facing a teenage suicide situation in our community, and it's really an epidemic. It's been going on for many years, and a few of our schools have an incredible program called Sources of Strength. The Huff family lost another student this week, and I've gotten to know a lot more about the program. And what you just said, Mr. Winston, about if you see something or hear something, do something, that goes for students that you think are struggling with mental illness and with emotional issues. If you see something, say something. The motto is break the silence and spread the hope. And the only way to do that is with a comprehensive support mechanism. I want to commend our staff at the district level and at the schoolhouse level for the awareness that they're creating for the safe landing zone for students that they have created, and the incredible amount of strength and community support that has come in. And then I would also just like to thank Nicole. Nobody ever has taken care of me quite as well as you have. I always know what the food is going to be because she knows I'm really picky about what I eat. But just always being there with a smile, and it means a lot to us. I don't really think that you should leave, but I know that your family would probably prefer you not working till 11:30 at night on weeknights. So I get that part of it, and I'm happy for your family. I'm sad for this family, of your board family, that you're leaving us. But we wish you all the best in your new role.
Ms. De La Hora.
Thank you. Sort of starting off, I just want to piggyback off of what the superintendent said about some of the recent gun violence that has happened in the community. And one of the speakers tonight during public comment mentioned an activity on Saturday, the 26th. And I actually just reached out to him quickly, the beauty of social media, and made a connection and asked him to send me that address and the date and information again. And I just want to start off by repeating it. It's sponsored by One Love in collaboration with CMPD. And it's September 26th between 11 and 3 at 2425 Beatty's Ford Road. They're partnering with CMPD to give away free gun locks, which I do think is so important. Because we do know that many guns are taken by children from their home or cars, and sometimes they're stolen, but sometimes they're right there in the home. And so I just appreciate that message of sharing the importance of gun safety as something that we all in our community can do if we own guns. I just want to reiterate, and I think, Mr. Superintendent, I had sent you an email about this a couple of days ago in response to a report we got about where we were with some of our ARP funding and how and when some of those initiatives that have been identified, or it looks like we're moving in that direction, are going to start to be rolled out based off of the multiple community feedback. I'm sort of anxious about getting some, new programming, in place, or new positions in place. And I know tonight it was suggested that tutors are needed, and certainly they are. I'd really like for us to maybe even consider targeting some of our, partner organizations that do, because there are volunteers, and volunteers are great in our community, but maybe those volunteers would like to come into the school building and work like 3 hours a day, every day, as a temporary employee for 6 months. I don't know what type of options could be made, but we all know, yes, that we have lost our teaching assistants over the years and never recovered back from that. And we know that students are 4 to 10 times more likely to have significant academic gains in K-3 English language arts in their reading if they do have that 20 to 30 minutes of small group time and instruction. And so I do think having those extra tutors that can do that, or the tutors to help cover the classroom so that the teacher can have the time to meet in the small groups. So I don't know what all those options are yet of what we're looking at and what we're able to do and how we're able to employ our own ARP funding to that end, but I am looking forward to finding out a little bit more about how we might be able to start some of that programming. And sort of on a similar note, I guess I would just ask, I'm really concerned about our bus driver shortage, which is not just a CMS issue, it's a national issue, it's a statewide issue. I keep seeing reports popping up on my news feed of, Winston-Salem schools and Greensboro schools and Wake County schools. It's everywhere. And I don't know what kind of creativity we can continue to employ there. I'm glad that we were able to provide that small bonus. And we have to, just like Elise, Chair Dash, you said earlier, nothing happens quickly in the school systems, and we have to wait for approval oftentimes for those things to happen. But I would just ask us, knowing that that's the process, to be creative and how we might be able to continue to incentivize to help, solve for some of those issues in creative ways. I don't have the answer, but I'm just asking for us to do everything that we can. And then lastly, I'll just send my best wishes to Ms. Kelly as well. I'll miss you so much. Thank you.
Mr. Strain, and then Ms. Shipp.
So I'll start with thanking Nicole for such a fantastic job you've done supporting us, the service you've provided as our board clerk. I'm the lucky one because whilst you're leaving, you're also coming home to the Southeast. So I appreciate that. And so we'll certainly welcome you out there. I just want to make some quick remarks. You know, we've been challenged through a process to think about our core mission, to think about how much time we're spending working on that core mission, discussing student outcomes. We're going on 6 hours here in open session, 2 hours before in closed session. And I'm probably responsible for 12 or 13 minutes of that myself. But, you know, of the 6 hours, right?
More.
But
Let's be real.
I don't know that it was much more than that, but I can probably put together 10 minutes that were actually discussed during that 6 hour period where people did discuss student outcomes. You know, Arthur Griffin, Stephanie Sneed, Glenn Stevens, and probably a couple of others. Those are the first three that come to mind that actually talked about it, and we didn't. So I look forward to getting back to our core mission, and hopefully we can get there soon. Thanks.
I want to first of all thank, it's been a couple of weeks we've been back in school, and I want to thank, I don't know if we have the hard work of all of the staff for what we're going through right now and all that they're doing. It takes an incredible staff to give the best to our children in times especially like these. So I want to say thank you to the staffs throughout all the schools, the teachers, the teacher assistants, the principals, the support staff, those counselors, those social workers, and importantly, we mentioned the bus drivers because they get the kids to school. So I wanted to say thank you to those bus drivers who have doubled routes, tripled routes, and even acting as subs on top of being a bus driver normally, and I know what that really looks like. So I want to thank them, and our cafeteria workers. And Ms. Delhar, you mentioned about what can we do more, and I think one of it is they need more pay in terms of, I don't know if you know, they don't get 40-hour weeks. Many of the bus drivers are not even working a 40-hour week, nor the cafeteria workers. And this is where the root of it is. You can't compete with CATS and other agencies when you're not paying people for a full, 40-hour week. So I think that's something we need to look at so that we can keep our drivers and we can also employ more drivers. So it has to be competitive. So I just thank the staff for what they're doing. Even without this pay, they're still coming. So we need to say thank you to that group. And then I want to end with Nicole Kelly. Thank you so much. I've been on the board less than 2 years, and you have been incredible in ensuring that I knew what was going on, what I'm doing, and how to start this work of being a board leader. And so I thank you. You have been, I'm going to miss you. You're my go-to person, and I understand that because I had an administrative secretary, and you've been like that to me. I can pick up the phone, and you've been able to support, and all of us. And with 9 different styles, wearing all these hats. Thank you so much.
Okay, Ms. Byers-Bailey.
Thank you. I hadn't intended to say anything tonight because it's so late. And I usually go on about one of my schools. But I could not let the evening end without saying thank you to Nicole. I've been on this board quite a while, and I've had at least 2 or 3 other clerks that have served us, but nobody has done it the way Nicole has. Nobody has taken care of us. And, each of us think it's personal to us. But if you go around this table, you can see we were all personal. We all got personal service from you, and we truly, truly appreciate you, darling.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, I'll be quick. Nicole, we love you. Thelma, happy birthday.
Thank you.
So you'll notice. It was yesterday, actually.
It's all
literally
month.
yesterday.
It's all month. Don't even worry.
Ms. Fowler, as you notice, had to leave because she has school at 7:15 in the morning. Yeah. And she works very hard as our student advisor to keep us grounded in what students are perceiving in their schools and what advice and feedback they have for us. And she did gather some of that. So I told her that I would share her report So this is now Brianna's voice. This is not my voice, but I'm going to read her report for you. She said she wanted to tell us that the Student Advisory Council met last night to talk about some different issues and what's working in different high schools. Then she had a few bullets that she wanted me to share. One was need an awareness campaign about masking and how to wear a mask properly. The rules need to be enforced consistently at every school, need to be much more strict at extracurriculars and football games. Teachers have been great. Overall, students are pleased with how CMS is handling this issue, especially compared to other districts near Charlotte. She also said, mental health issues continue to be a concern. This is a hard year with increased workloads. Going back in person has added stress and anxiety for many students. She shared that the new grading system is helping struggling students. Some students need more info about it. She also said concerns about gun violence and safety issues coming in from the community. Good. She said good that they're, well, this might not be accurate. So there might be a factual mistake in that one. I'm not going to read that one. We'll come back to that. She shared the Black Student Union at Olympic High School is student-led and fosters discussions about race. CMS should expand this to other schools. She said at Myers Park, each subject has a test day, so all of your tests aren't on the same day. This could be expanded to other schools. And then there's two more here. CMS needs more counselors and needs more continuity with them. Would be helpful to assign counselors to students all 4 years. And then the final feedback from the students and the Student Advisory Committee was be innovative like last year, and having one asynchronous day per week was great. I'm not sure if we've got that ability to do that, but passing that along from the students. So now back to my voice. This is just my final message before we adjourn. Very simple. Just want to call on all of us here and out there to keep our loved ones safe. Pretty simple. Whether safe in terms of physical health, safe from illness, safe in terms of emotional health and mental health, and safe from violence. And just remember that every single member of this community is somebody's loved one. And so with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. All those in favor, show of hands. And we are adjourned. Thank you all. We're going to make you